What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Monday, January 5th, 2026. And the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, the Texas Longhorns picked up 4 commitments from the transfer portal yesterday. We will run them down and talk about all of the latest rumors surrounding the Longhorns and the portal. Plus, the NFL postseason is set. The Houston Texans unable to win the AFC South, but they are headed to Pittsburgh next Monday for their wild card weekend matchup. We will talk all about the NFL postseason. Texas basketball, a heartbreaking loss in their SEC opener to Mississippi State, and Sean Miller was not happy. We will get to that. Some big college football news from around the country, some Texas women's basketball to talk about, and a couple of funny pieces of audio for the people on a Monday. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. Hope everyone survives going back to work or school or wherever you're going this morning. We appreciate y'all starting your weeks off with us. Good to see you, my man. How are you this morning?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. It's been a beautiful weekend, and I think that trend continues all the way until this weekend coming up where, we'll get 58, 59-degree temperature on Saturday. But other than that, dude, there's some 80s in here, some high 70s, just spring-like temperatures, summer-like temperatures, as a matter of fact. Like it would be like April, May or something around here. Now, winter has not officially started yet. That call could come by next week, though. But that's still with low temperatures of 38, 39 degrees for a couple of days. I don't see any 20s or low 30s, so it's very acceptable for me, especially these beautiful sunny days, too, in the 70s.
Yeah, some days in the 70s, some days in the 80s. I don't know how you can call this summer temperature. This is not anywhere close to what summer temps are around here. I wish these were summer temperatures here, but dude, it's awesome. I mean, this is one of the reasons why you live in Central Texas, to get weather like this time of year. And so many places are getting cold and snow right now, and we've got warm and sun.
California's getting a bunch of crazy rain. We always can use a little. We don't need crazy rain, but we could always use that. And there's a possibility of Thursday, about 40% chance of rain, which we could use a nice shower or two. But other than that, it is gorgeous. I mean, these mornings and afternoons have been perfect.
You're given percentage chances now. Usually, back in 2025, it's just, is it going to rain or is it not? Now you're hitting us with a 40-piece.
It's going to rain on Thursday.
All right, putting in an early call this week. I like it.
But other than that, man, the 80s and 70s, it's nice. It's nice out. You go, even when the sun goes down nice, it's still, 70-some degrees. It's beautiful. It's great. And it's a great time for you kids to get back to school.
I heard the Bussy rolling by this morning by my place.
I didn't see Bussy come by here. Maybe out here we don't have it till tomorrow. There's some schools that they start tomorrow on a Tuesday. Hey, why not start on a Thursday?
Yeah, that was always fun as a kid, right? Like, you always dreaded going back to school after the summer break or the winter break or the spring break or any break.
It
was always great when you could come back on like a Wednesday or a Thursday. So it's all right, sucks that we're back, but at least we got a short week to ease us into things. So I like that bit for the kids. Give the kids a little something,
Yeah, they need a little something. Your weekend good?
Weekend good. A lot of sports watching. Some great NFL action Saturday and Sunday. A lot of good college basketball. Some not so good college basketball at the Moody Center on Saturday. But no, man, beautiful weekend and good time. I spent like 8 hours on Saturday just outside at a bar watching sports.
Yeah, it was beautiful. It was beautiful Saturday. Really, like I said, the temperature had been perfect. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you for what you do. We do appreciate that. And please, you and your family out there, please be careful. Be safe out there. Keep that head on a swivel in the new year and at all times.
Yes, indeed. Well said, as always, my friend. And how about some transfer portal news to start off?
Okay, let me ask you this. First of all, did the Texans cover with that extra touchdown at the end there?
I forgot to check on your Gold Star locks of the week to see
Thank you, but I think that I had the Texans. I don't think it was 8.
Texans was 10.5, sir.
Oh, geez, sir.
So you were not close
Oh,
to
good.
a
You don't need to
cover.
check on the Gold Star locks then.
Yeah, I know you missed a few over the
Mississippi
weekend.
State football.
Yeah, your biggest play was the Jacksonville Jaguars to cover against Tennessee. And unfortunately for Texans fans, they did that. But yeah, you missed a few. I'll tally these up throughout the course of the show, but I think you lost the people some more money. I wasn't even going to bring it up. I was going to be nice to you.
Yeah, because I thought I thought I was watching the Texans at the end. Then I saw that goofy play that the Colts tried to do, and I said maybe I've just covered for the people.
Well, it's impossible. Some of these Week 18 games are tough. Like C.J. Stroud started for Houston because, again, the Texans had a chance to win the division going into yesterday. But once the Texans looked up at the out-of-town scoreboard and saw that the Jaguars were killing Tennessee,
oh boy, did they crush them!
They benched C.J. Stroud and brought in Davis Mills, and it's like a bunch of starters sit out and a bunch of guys aren't paying attention and they don't care as much. And those are some of the toughest games to bet, is what happens in the final weekend of the NFL regular season. So, you did get the Giants right. You had the Giants against the Cowboys.
Oh, anybody could get that right. My goodness.
I mean, neither of those teams really cared that much. I mean, Joe Milton was playing for the Cowboys. They had all bench guys in. So, Cowboys.
I was surprised Dak even got in that game.
That was the least amount of Cowboys watching I've done in a long time. I did not go out of my way to watch that game. I had Red Zone on, and I had the Texans and I had the Jags on. It's the first time in years where I have not had a Dallas Cowboys game on from start to finish. Just didn't matter. There were just other things in the NFL that mattered more yesterday. And I'm glad the Cowboys lost because they help out their draft pick a little bit. They moved up from 14 to 12.
Nice to see Jaden Blue get some time. He ran pretty good.
Jaden Blue had a touchdown yesterday.
Looked like an NFL player.
Yeah, 16 carries, 64 yards, and a touchdown for Jaden Blue. Far and away the best game of his pretty disappointing rookie campaign. But, yeah, he got the opportunity to play.
May have kept himself a job by that game, the way he ran.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, at least on the practice squad, I mean, he ran hard inside. He had some really nice runs where he just let it loose, which I'm thinking, really? He waited this long to show them you could run like that?
Well, he wasn't getting many opportunities in the games, which makes you wonder what he was doing in practice. And obviously, Javonte Williams had a really solid year for the Cowboys. Yes. He was the number one, and Malik Davis kind of emerged late as the number 2.
Yeah, they're going to be they need some other players out. That's going to be hard for them to find, to try to pay a guy to be on the practice squad. They kind of, they may move on from him still.
Yeah. Well, like everybody talks about the Cowboys' 3-decade Super Bowl drought, and it's worth talking about. And it's incredibly embarrassing because not only have the Cowboys not won a Super Bowl, but they haven't reached the NFC Championship game in that time. This is the first time since 01-02 that the Cowboys have had back-to-back losing seasons. So, they've been perennial playoff chokers in the last few decades, but, usually if they have a bad year, they're able to bounce back and make the playoffs.
Now they can't get to the playoffs.
Yeah, obviously they sucked last year and dealt with a bunch of injuries last year, and this year, they kind of sucked this year and didn't get to the playoffs. So, yeah, the offseason's underway. All sorts of rumors and reports about Matt Eberflus being on his way out. I hope we get an official confirmation of that today. He did nothing as the Cowboys defensive coordinator that warrants him coming back for a year 2. But now the offseason begins, and, yeah, the Cowboys have a lot of work to do to clean up their roster, especially on the defensive side of the football. So, and George Pickens, of course, is a free agent too. We know he's one of the best receivers in the league this year. Now Dallas has to find a way to pay him. But good news is they have a really good general manager calling the shots, Buck. So
everything's solid.
I think every Cowboys fan feels really good about the direction of the franchise, right?
Good to have that guy around.
Oh, my God. How much longer does he have to be around?
He's just going to live on long life. 96, 97 years old.
We were able to get Donald Sterling out of the league from the Clippers. Got John Gruden out of the league for being racist. Like there's examples of us. What, Dan Snyder with Washington? We got him out of the league, forced him to sell.
Looking up women's skirts and stairs and things.
I feel like Jerry Jones has been doing some of that over his 83 years. No?
No. Everything he does is up on Harry Hines. So it's out there. You can't. Everybody's doing that up there.
You're
Can't
right.
just pick on Jerry.
It's legal on that street. And then, once everyone started getting cameras on their phones, Jerry Jones decided to buy a yacht so he could do everything on the yacht instead.
Absolutely.
So no one could catch him. Brutal. So, yeah, Cowboys lose yesterday. If you watched, God bless you. You should have found something better to do with your Sunday.
I went outside.
Yeah, but congrats to Jaden Blue again, getting into the end zone for the first time in his NFL career. That was cool to see. So we'll get back into the NFL. Obviously, a lot to get into. The playoffs are set. We've got the Super Wild Card weekend coming up. We'll talk about that Texans-Steelers matchup and everything else going on in the league. But, Buck, about 3 special teamers added to the Texas Longhorns yesterday. Come on, you got to take care of that third phase, right? They got a kicker. They got a punter.
Coach it.
They got a long snapper. Well, you're out on Jeff Banks?
I don't know what I am on that dude. He's not that special anymore.
No, the last 2 years have not been nearly as good from a special team standpoint as the first 3 years in the Steve Sarkisian, Jeff Banks era.
I told you once Monkey Gate left, everything started to it's too calm. We need some action here.
Got to get that monkey back.
Get that monkey back.
Yeah. And look, Ryan Niblett being an All-American punt returner made the special teams look a heck of a lot better.
That saved somebody. That may have saved somebody's beef right there.
Maybe. I mean, he was obviously incredible, but a lot of penalties. And look, special teams in 2025 was better than it was in 2024 because last year you had all sorts of kicking game issues with shit show Bert Auburn.
Yeah, you're right.
You had punting issues with Michael Kern. So I'll give Texas credit. Last offseason they went out to the portal. They brought in Mason Shipley, who was really good in his 1 year as a kicker. They brought in Jack Bomeister, who was really good in his 1 year as a punter.
Right.
Has been solid with Lance St. Louis. But all 3 of those guys are gone. So your kicker, your punter, and your long snapper are all out of eligibility. So, Texas signed freshmen at all 3 of those positions, which is great for the future. But again, all this time we've spent talking about 2026 being win now. You want to make sure you've got your specialists taken care of, and you're not just hoping some freshmen are ready for big time.
No, you had to go out and get a kicker and a punter.
Yeah.
Plus, with the scholarships moving up, you can afford to go do that. You have to.
For sure. Yeah, going from 85 to 105 scholarships. I mean, I think this would have been a no-brainer despite that or regardless of that. But, yeah, now that you've got 20 extra scholarships to play with, you got no problem handing out deals to important special teams players. So we've got an Italian coming in to kick, Buck.
Straight from Italy?
At least I assume he's Italy. Well, straight from Memphis because that's where he played his college football this year. Isn't that the Italian capital of the West? Isn't that what they call Memphis?
Right. It could be.
Gianni Spettic.
Gianni, like that.
I'm assuming he's Italian. I feel like Gianni's Italian, right?
Yeah, that's a good guess. That's a good throw. That's good.
Thank you. Yeah, 3-year starter. Started his college career at Ohio U. Kicked there for a couple years.
Okay.
Then was at Memphis this last season. 15 of 20 on field goals. He was 4 of 5 from 50+. Third-team All-Conference. Third-team All-American Conference. Not All-American. Third-team All-American Conference.
Third-team American Conference?
Third-team All-American Conference. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not third-team All-American. It sounds a lot nicer, though, and cooler if I say third-team All-American, right?
It's for sure.
Yeah. Also,
even that makes you think about it. Third team All-American.
I would love to have a third team All-American kicker here. I don't know who that was this year, but if he was in the portal, I wish Texas would have gone after him. But Spettic, 1 year of eligibility remaining, so he's a rental. He's also a kickoff guy too, which if you watch Texas play Michigan, they could use an upgraded kickoff specialist. Obviously, Will Stone entered the portal midseason, and that position was not nearly as effective down the stretch. So that's a
On
good
that
news.
particular game, I needed a guy not bunting the ball down there. I need a guy to kick it into the end zone.
Yeah, that was a big problem and kind of gave Michigan a chance with all the short fields that they had there. But Spetic is a kickoff specialist too. He was also a Lou Groza Award semifinalist, which only 20 of those existed this year in college football.
Okay.
So by at least one metric, he was a top 20 kicker in the country this season. So there you go. There's the kicker. And, Mason Shipley was 15 of 19 in his last year before coming to Texas. Gianni Spetic, 15 of 20 in his last year before coming to Texas. So similar in that regard to obviously what the Horns were able to get with Shipley coming up from Texas State. There's your kicker. I know everyone's thrilled about that.
Yeah. Okay. Good job.
And they got a punter too from Florida State. We won't spend much time talking about him, but Max Sciamento is his name. And they got a long snapper. I couldn't find any stats for the long snapper. Do long snappers have stats, or is it just like don't F it up?
Just don't F it up. Just hit the guy in the hands, will you?
Yeah. I think like
or when they do call a fake, make sure you snap it to the right guy, the right fake guy.
Yeah. I feel like you don't want to know the name of your long snapper.
No, we don't care.
Because you only know if he messes up, right?
Right.
So I'm not even going to say the name of the long snapper that Texas got because I don't want to ever talk about this guy.
It's got to be automatic.
It's got to be automatic. Like, I'm glad Texas addressed the issue. Again, they lost their guy, Lance St. Louis, from last year. I feel like most fans had no idea who Lance St. Louis was, which is a good thing. So I'm not going to say this new long snapper's name in an effort that we never have to talk about him from this moment forward.
Yes, absolutely.
No disrespect to whoever you are.
Whatever your name is.
Whatever your name might be. Thank you for coming to Texas. We appreciate that. So that's the special teams guys. And then Texas did pick up a defensive tackle commitment yesterday. This is the name that's going to move the needle the most. Buck, you remember T'Vondre Sweat, right?
Yes.
I think everybody does. A great Texas Longhorn, now getting it done.
Great size.
And great size. He was listed at 6'4", 362 during his final season as a Texas Longhorn.
Which we knew that was wrong, but that's okay.
Which, yeah, we heard that he was playing closer to like 380, maybe even 390.
Yes.
In that 2023 season. Ian Gerfard is the name of the defensive tackle transfer that Texas just got yesterday. He is listed at 6'5", 387 pounds.
Oh, he's a 4-bill guy, easy.
Yeah, they usually round down with the weight, right?
Yes, they do. Go ahead and round up to 20, that's for sure.
It's like guys on their dating profile will round up on the height.
Oh, yeah.
You're 5'10", but you'll say you're 6 feet. I guess Kyler Murray is like 5'6", and he says he's 6 feet.
I know I'm 5'9", but people think of me as 6'1". I got it.
People think of you as 5'4", but you tell people you're 6'1". I get usually with the weight on these rosters, it's like, let's slim him down a bit. I don't know if that's the case with Gerfard. I just know he was listed at 387 on Arkansas's roster.
It's already the offseason. That guy's already 400 now.
Oh, my God. If he wasn't before, I think your hunch is probably right that he was playing closer to 4 bills this year. But started all 12 games for the Razorbacks. Spent 3 seasons in Fayetteville, 18 tackles, 8 pressures. And look, a job of a guy that big is to not put up a bunch of stats. A job is to just take up space, eat up blockers, and save some food for everybody else on the team in the dining hall.
Well, we hope that's the case here. We've got a new defensive head coach who we'll see if that's the case. Maybe he wants this guy to be an attack guy.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I hope he's a good run stuffer. I think he's just an early down, big body on the teeth of that Texas defensive line. Like, think of what Cole Brevard did, the transfer from Purdue.
Right.
Who, was 365 pounds this year. At least that's kind of where he was listed. And did a really great job. I mean, didn't put up a bunch of stats, had 9 solo tackles, 18 total tackles this year, but he was a very good run stuffer on what was a top 10 run defense in the regular season.
Yeah, he did a good job for the linebackers.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the, Ian Gerard, you hear 18 tackles, and it's like, really? That was the first big portal pickup that they get? But again, those big bodies, their job is to not put up a bunch of numbers. Their job is to make life easier for the other 10 guys to put up numbers.
Well, hopefully they can find another one like him, one more like him, and then start working on the offensive line.
Yes. I mean, they've got a lot more work to do. And Texas hosted a bunch of guys on visits this weekend. But, we've seen some big name, like the portal opened on Friday officially. It's been open for 3 days. We've seen a couple of big names already announced where they're going, but most of the top-ranked guys they're taking visits.
Just being courted right now. They got nothing else to do.
Right, exactly. And they're trying to make as much money as they can.
And they're not going back to the same place.
No, more than likely, they're not going back to the same place. So, like, Cam Coleman was in town. Of course, we would have all loved for Cam Coleman to commit yesterday, but it's probably never going to happen because he's going to leverage all of the interest he has from around the country into more money.
Yep.
So he had a very good visit from what I was told. I still feel good about Texas's chances there. But I know after he left Austin yesterday morning, he went to College Station. I know USC is in the mix. I know Alabama is trying. I know Texas Tech is trying.
Damn.
These are all schools that have a lot of funding, Buck. So those other schools don't have Arch Manning. So hopefully that makes a difference there. But,
Texas Tech just got the Cincinnati guy.
Right. Texas Tech just got Brendan Sorsby, who's
we saw what Joey McGuire's offense looks like in a real big game.
Yeah. Well, the good news for Texas Tech is they still play in the Big 12, so they don't have to play a lot of real big games until they get to the
that's right.
college football playoff. But yeah, look, Tech has a lot of money. I mean, we all saw what they did in the portal last offseason, and they just got arguably the top-ranked quarterback in the portal, and that guy wasn't cheap. So, they got money. Cody Campbell is throwing it around like it's nothing. So, yeah, you always get a little weary nowadays when you hear that Texas Tech is in the mix for a recruit, whether it's out of high school or out of the portal.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, Cam Coleman was here for a couple of days. I think it's a good thing that Texas got the first visits for Cam Coleman, but I mean, this thing could drag out for days, for weeks.
Yeah.
The portal closes on the 15th, but guys don't have to decide by the 15th. They just have to enter by the 15th. So, Texas will wait as long as it needs to wait for a guy like Cam Coleman. So if it does go beyond that, then that would suck. I think you want to have your answer.
Yeah, those dudes got it now. What a life if you're a star. You get that money, and then you know what you do? You don't even head back to your university. You go on a nice vacation, and then you go to where you're going.
It's the best time ever to be a student athlete.
Yeah, really.
And for years, guys could get nothing. And now, you're basically on 1-year contracts every year. I mean, even the guys who are staying are signing new contracts at the places they're staying.
Absolutely.
When has that ever happened? It's weird to see. Like, this guy agrees to a new contract. Trevor Gooseby apparently agreed to a new contract at Texas, but he also could still go to the NFL. But if he comes back to college, he's coming back to Texas because he signed a new contract with Texas.
And that's something.
So there's some tea leaves saying that Gooseby's going to return. I still feel very good about that. I think at this point, we're just kind of waiting for him to make his own decision. Nowadays, we usually don't let people make their own decisions. We gotta have it first and steal their moment from them.
Oh, yeah. Well, either that or their agent will let us know.
Their agent will let us know. But
no running backs. Well, we don't know of any real running backs that showed up on campus.
No running back news yet. Some bad news last night for Texas. Isaac Brown, I think we talked about him a little bit last week, the Louisville kid.
Yes.
It was reported last week that he was going to enter the transfer portal with a do not contact tag, which usually when that happens, it means the guy already knows where he's going.
Sure.
You're sending a message to other coaches like, hey, don't reach out to me or my agent. We've got our mind made up. And everyone's like, okay, he's going to Texas. There were people crystal balling Isaac Brown to Texas, basically saying this thing is Stevie Wonder, signed, sealed, delivered. Last night came out that he's staying at Louisville. He never officially entered the portal, and I guess Louisville was able to offer him enough money to keep him around there.
Some of that horse money came in.
Some of that, some of that Kentucky Derby.
Oh, yeah.
What time of the horse calendar are we on right now? Do you know what's going on? Oaks?
Yeah, we're getting ready, for some preliminaries. Oaklawn is open, getting ready for the Derby trials and getting the horses ready for May. So we're there. We're getting close.
I guess it's too cold to have any races right now, right?
Oh no, they race those damn horses in frigid temperatures in Ohio and Pennsylvania and West Virginia. They don't care.
Yes, Texas rocks. Papa
New,
John's made up.
New York.
Yeah, that's
They don't care.
okay. I like that.
We start talking about getting ready for the Derby money's coming up, the Masters money's coming up. We're in that we're not far from spring, except for we're in spring here.
Yeah, we never got to winter. We're still in fall. I think.
Yeah.
Still football going on, and the weather still feels like fall, so we're calling it
Absolutely.
fall around these parts. So that's a bummer because Jaden Ball still has not entered the portal. He hasn't officially come out and said, "I'm not leaving Florida." So I'm sure he and his camp likes the news of Isaac Brown staying at Louisville, because now they're probably going back to Texas and they're like, hey, now you really need us, right? So what you got?
I know this. I ain't paying no kid no $2 million.
Well, it's not your money, which is
I
good.
know.
But yeah, no, I mean, that's what Texas has to decide, right? Like, you don't have unlimited money.
Yes.
You've got to decide how to strategically spend to make sure that you get great players, but also don't overspend on one to where you can't fill other spots on your team.
But if you're all in, the one your starter at running back right now can't take you to a championship.
No. I mean, you have to get somebody better. And look, Christian Clark can maybe be your number 2, and I'm excited about Derek Cooper and what he's going to bring, and maybe James Simon has some juice. But yeah, you've got to find a true number 1 tailback.
I think that's the biggest surprise to me over the weekend is James Simon is still here. That's one of the biggest surprises because the guy didn't even get in the bowl game.
Yeah, that was surprising that he didn't play in that bowl game. Considering, I mean, not that he played a ton in the regular season. He only appeared in 3 games, but we just all figured with Wisner and Baxter and Gibson and Stewart all being unavailable for that Michigan game that we were going to see James Simon, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, that was strange. I unless he's got some injury, that we may not know about. He may have something that they don't want to even take a chance on going into winter workouts and spring camp. I can understand if he's got some lingering stuff that has really bothered him. Why do it? There's no reason to do it.
Look, and they, Texas clearly wanted to win that football game, and
sure.
I mean, Christian Clark had a great day, and Christian Clark's first carry was like a first down run.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe it was like, okay, we're going to start Clark, and if he struggles, we'll see what Simon has. And then Clark just played well enough to where it's like, well, this is a close game. We're going to ride this guy and try.
Yeah, even though he had a good game, I thought the other guy should have got some opportunities to come in the game. And it's the last game of the season.
That's fair. No, I'm with you. I'm just looking at the box score. There was only one other running back who got a carry.
No.
And that was Michael Terry III, who had 1 carry.
For like a half yard. I don't even know if he maybe got to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, 1 carry for 0 yards.
So there's nothing of him that I saw in that game that tells me that guy is going to be dynamic enough to do anything. They're still going to be searching for a position for him, I believe.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, he switched
once these other guys who are running backs come along,
right?
They're going to be on the search. He'll be switching positions again.
Yeah, you might be right. Recruited as an athlete, a guy who played both sides in high school in the San Antonio area, and started at receiver, moved to running back. Maybe he can put on a few LBs and play tight end. I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for Michael Terry, but yeah, a bit surprising that James Simon didn't play. But again, it's not like a bunch of other guys were getting carries over him.
No, no.
It was the Christian Clark show, and then obviously Arch Manning with his legs doing what he did. But yeah, as of now, James Simon is still here. By the way, Buck, I'm sorry to your FAMU Rattlers.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they missed out on their top target in the transfer portal. At least the guy that you had as their top target in the transfer portal. Jared Gibson has
transferred to Winston-Salem State?
No, not. Is that a real school? Winston-Salem? It's not a state.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's not a state. Why are we calling that state? It's not Winston-Salem U?
Now Winston-Salem State, down in down Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
What division is that?
I don't know. It's the same one with A&T, Johnson C. Smith,
Okay, now you're just saying names.
Grambling.
Johnson C. Smith?
Yeah, there's a Johnson C. Smith in Carolina, too. I think that's the one that's in Winston-Salem or Charlotte.
Wow. Yeah, I thought I had the HBCUs down, but clearly not. That's on me.
Yeah, my old man went to North Carolina A&T.
That one I've heard of. When Johnson and Smith had
Johnson C. Smith. Johnson C. Smith, yes.
Johnson and Johnson is like the big
Johnson,
pharmaceutical company.
yes.
I'm like, what am I thinking of here?
The dude out of Chicago.
No, your boy Jarrett Gibson has committed to Purdue.
Oh, okay. That's a perfect fit.
Boiler up, sir.
He'll be looking for another place after next year if he's any good. If he can even get any mileage out of him there, then he'll be leaving that place after 1 year.
Headed to the Big Ten.
He's going to Purdue, huh?
Sorry about that, FAMU.
Yeah, his contract isn't very big at Purdue. I guarantee you that.
I'm with you on that. But
so you get some bus passes.
That's his NIL deal, is what you can take.
No Waymo, no nothing. Bus passes.
Oh yeah, you don't get your own car. Sorry about that, but
No.
We will let you take the campus bus for free here.
There you go.
Also every other student gets to take the campus bus for free, but you don't have to know that.
About the other big-time running back they got from Florida, where's he at?
No word on CJ Baxter yet. On where
he's waiting for a big deal, obviously.
Yeah. Well, look, he's visiting Colorado this week. Also, DeAndre Moore visiting Colorado this week. I know CJ Baxter went to Kentucky. He was in Lexington over the weekend. That was his first visit. So he'll get some, again, Power 4 interest. Like Georgia and Alabama, Ohio State, those schools aren't going to go after CJ Baxter.
UConn is just awaiting him right now.
Oh, UConn.
Nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing right with that, though.
No. What's UConn? They're in the American. They play like Army.
UConn
Navy,
in a conference. UConn independent?
I don't think so in football.
Yeah, they're independent.
Play like with Rice. Aren't they in the same group?
No, they're independent. I think they have one of those Notre Dame-like deals where they basically
the big timers.
Yeah, exactly. And UConn also has that same rule with the college football playoff to where if they finish in the top 12, they're going to be guaranteed to be in, but nobody has to ever worry about that. So, no, I don't think they actually have that. Just kidding. Nobody cares about UConn football. Yeah, and by the way, Parker Livingston, we'll take a break here in a moment, but Parker Livingston visiting Indiana, also has a visit set up with Oklahoma, Buck. Talk about going from fan favorite to, hey, you're not welcome back in this city ever again.
Wow, he wouldn't do that.
We'll see. He did release a statement on Friday, kind of bashing Texas on his way out, saying the decision for him to leave was out of his control, basically insinuating that Texas kicked him out. And then everyone who reports on Texas was like, no, dude, they offered you like a pretty good 6-figure NIL deal and you just wanted more money, so you left.
Serious? Dartmouth, you did that?
Dartmouth like blatantly lied on his way out the door.
Oh, really?
So tough bit right there. So we'll get to that. More transfer portal news, more rumors for Texas, and where some of the departing players could be ending up. Also, we'll talk about Jack Endry's NFL decision and much more from the Longhorns. But before we dive back in, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Shout out friends over at Tony C's Pizza, Austin's original coal-fired pizza, serving that New York-style pizza and that great Italian food right from the cookbook of the Ciola family for over 16 years now in the Bee Caves area. Love the place. Tomorrow's 2 for Tuesday. Time to get those pizzas back in style. BK, 2 for the price of 1 over at Tony C's locations. Highway 79 in Round Rock, right beside the Dell Diamond, Anderson Lane, and, of course, in Bee Cave. Love the Italian food there. And, of course, Wednesdays, Unwind Wednesdays, half-price bottles of wine at Tony C's Pizza. You got to love the chicken pesto pizza. Still available for you, that chicken pesto pizza. Buck has not had that yet. Buck has been watching his diet very closely now, but it doesn't stop me from 2 for 1. It's got cheese on it. It's going to have pepperoni. It's going to have mushrooms. I'm all about it at Tony C's Pizza.
Yes, indeed. Love Tony C's. Also, a shout out to Altstadt Beer. Probably get some of that at Tony C's.
You can get that along with that pizza.
Yeah, love the Altstadt beer. I was drinking a bunch of it over the weekend, and the weather's beautiful here in Central Texas. And we're about to get to the playoffs in the NFL. We're about to get to the nitty-gritty of the college football playoff. There's some great sports watching coming up
And
this
out on the
weekend.
patios at this time of year, that's crazy.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. Or if you just have a case of the Mondays, like that's a good enough reason to crack open an ice cold Altstadt beer. You don't have to wait till Monday night. You can do it at Monday morning. Hey, don't go back to work yet. You're not ready to go back to work. You've been vacationing too long. Crack open an Altstadt beer. That's a good way to start your week right there. Whatever you have going on, your sports watching, hanging out with friends and family, enjoying this beautiful weather that we have. There's never a bad time for a great beer. Altstadt is brewed locally. They've got a bunch of different brews. Every Altstadt is brewed without additives or preservatives. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. But most importantly, the taste is absolutely there. This is award-winning beer. Tons of gold and silver medals at the U.S. Open and great American beer festivals. Don't just take my word for it. Try some for yourself. You can pick up Altstadt at any place you buy your beer or any bar around the state of Texas. It's Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Our good friends over at Woods Comfort Systems. Hey, air conditioning still cranking up for this time of the year, but be ready when that winter spell hits us, maybe even this weekend coming up, that your heating is working properly for close to 70 years in Central Texas. Woods Comfort System, nobody does it better. Don't forget, they also do plumbing, folks. Or do remember, it's not don't forget, do remember, they do a fantastic job when it comes to plumbing. And nobody does it better than Woods Comfort Systems.
No, they do not. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website. You can give them a call, 512-842-5066 as well. And also a shout out to Waterloo Printing and Graphics, rocking some TSU lids this morning. All of our merch, our hats, our shirts, our koozies, our signs, our stickers, everything that we've got, all made by Adam and his great team at Waterloo. They're based right here in South Austin, so they will get you what you need, and they will get it to you very, very quickly. All you have to do is reach out to him directly, 512-300-9641. That's his cell. Call him, text him. Huge Longhorn fan, big-time TSU supporter, and again, he will take care of you. If you have a business that needs merch or just a big event coming up that you need to promote, Waterloo Printing and Graphics has you covered.
Sweet.
All right, it's official. Some news that dropped over the weekend. Jack Endries is off to the NFL. He announced that he is declaring for the 2026 NFL draft. Disappointing, but not terribly surprising. A big reason why Jack Endries is leaving is because this is a very weak tight end class for the NFL draft. Like Mel Kiper Jr. currently has Jack Endries as his third-ranked tight end this year. So you think about some of the great tight end classes we've seen going from college to the NFL in recent years. This is not one of those years. So Jack Endries kind of looking around like, if I have a good combine and a good pro day, and I've got a really good shot to end up being a pretty high draft pick here. So Jack Endries is gone. 33 catches, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns. Not really the year that we had hoped he was going to have at Texas, but had a great game against A&M, had a touchdown in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl against Michigan. But now I wonder, Buck, if tight end is another area of need for the Longhorns in the portal.
We got a couple young guys. You got a hammer hands and a guy that you gave a 1-yard flip to. So, I mean, the possibility is those guys, they should get better. I mean, you would hope. Oh, who coaches them? Oh, the special teams dude coaches them. Well, he's spending a lot of his times with the tight ends, which is good. So I would say they'll get a little bit better. They trust in him. The hammer hands has to get better because he's a big old target because he can do both. He can block, and if he can catch, that'll work out. That's what they're looking for. I got to believe they're looking for him to get a lot better.
Yeah, and they've got, a number of young tight ends waiting in the wing. Nick Townsend is the guy that I think the coaching staff feels the best about moving forward, and he's the guy I think has the most potential in that room moving forward. Just wrapped up his true freshman year. He's the guy you were talking about who had that touchdown run on that little reverse jet action against Texas A&M. He was not an early enrollee last year, so he was a bit behind the 8 ball.
Sure.
And maybe that was a part of the reason why we didn't see a ton of him during the regular season. But I think he's a guy that has a lot of potential. Amari Winston, another member of the 2025 class, not a super highly touted recruit, kind of undersized, but he dealt with a shoulder injury, which caused him to miss half the season, but a guy who was getting a lot of good reviews from the Texas coaching staff before he got hurt. They've got Hammerhands, Jordan Washington. Feels like a pretty apt nickname considering the drop issues that he had. They got Spencer Shannon as a blocker. I really liked what Spencer Shannon did against Michigan. Not much of a pass catching threat, but I thought he was really good in blocking for the run. I think that's a positive sign for him in 2026. So you've got bodies.
Yeah, Hammerhand's got the bodies for it.
Bodies plural. It's two guys who are Hammerhands.
You're right. They got the bodies, but he has a nice body for everything that you're looking for. If his route running and his ability to catch the ball changes, he's the guy that you'd love to have work out, and you don't have to make any changes. He can play a lot of downs because of his size.
Again, there's potential there. There's a lot to like.
He's just kind of lumbering the way he runs,
I'm just talking about all these guys. You just hope that they take the next step.
Yes.
And next year to me is not about hope.
No. Oh, no.
Next year is about winning a national championship with Arch Manning in his final year.
Well, if you can go find a guy who's a tight end that's caught a bunch of balls somewhere, whatever level it is, and understands how to route run, you can always get somebody to block for the run.
Yeah, I saw a report this morning that Texas is hosting a tight end by the name of Michael Masunas, who played at Michigan State this past year.
Okay.
He's coming in for a visit today.
Sounds like a bunch of those Michigan State guys are bailing.
Yeah, a new coaching change for them too. That program's been a mess for a while now. 19 catches, 232 yards, and 3 touchdowns this season. So not great numbers, but numbers better than any Texas tight end not named Jack Endries.
Yes, for sure.
In 2025. So he's a little bit more proven. Looks like he's the 27th ranked tight end, Big difference there in the transfer portal right now, according to 24/7 Sports. So there's some higher ranked guys who are available.
Yeah, I don't need the 27th rank. I'll work with what I have if I got to get the number 27th ranked dude.
Yeah, I'd like to try somebody a little higher than 27.
Like my own guys that I recruited or have brought here. I got to hope my coach can make them a little bit better in the spring. Like I said, the one guy had a bad shoulder and one guy didn't get here till late. So yeah, I mean, they're not horrible. I'm not saying they're horrible, but they don't stand out for much of anything because they don't play.
Right. Yeah. Jordan Washington played and didn't play very good.
Yeah, he was okay. He was
bad. You can't drop like 50% of your targets and be qualified as okay or half decent.
You got to have some explosion once you catch it. Sort of like you're a number one wide receiver who can't catch either, but he's explosive.
Right. Well, Jordan Washington, I mean, they put on too much weight.
Yeah, how much is he? He looks like he weighs 280.
He's listed at 260. I think he got to Texas in the 220s, and then all of a sudden the roster comes out before the 2025 season, and we see Jordan Washington listed at 260.
And looks like 280. Yeah, that's
like, damn. Like I get trying to add some LBs, but do we need that much?
No, he doesn't look flexible. He looks kind of stiff.
He didn't look fast, and he didn't catch. I don't know if the catching thing has anything to do with the weight, but
no, none of them can catch. That has nothing to do. They just get guys that can't catch.
Well, 2 of their guys couldn't catch.
For sure.
That's why you got to find some upgrades there. So I hope they do. And again, it's just one guy coming in on a visit. Texas will have guys in for visits that they don't even offer. Forget offer a bunch of money in NIL. Like they had some guys this weekend who probably aren't even going to get an offer. It's just
they've got scholarships available for guys that they don't have to pay a bunch of money to. Also, I would love to come and play at a place like University of Texas.
Well, sure, some guys, but the guys that Texas wants, are not. Yeah, I'm willing to play for free because it's the University of Texas and I can get a great education and. What a great historic program you have.
That's good too. That's the way you should be talking about the university. That sounds more like it to me.
Yeah, well, that's the old school way of doing it, but you might as well be shopping at an antique store if that's what you're trying to do.
UTSA and Texas State must have a couple sluggos that like to come here. We got that daggum kicker
Texas State. Yeah, they hosted a UTSA defensive lineman who's a guy that I really want. yesterday. The last time Texas went west down I-10 for a transfer, it worked really well with Trey Moore, who had two very solid seasons on the Texas defense. So there's a defensive lineman who actually visited Oklahoma on Saturday and then visited Texas yesterday that I think Texas should be in the mix for. Redshirt freshman, too. So a guy who still has 3 years of eligibility left. I think he was second on UTSA in sacks and third in TFLs this year.
An outside guy?
Inside. Defensive lineman. I think he's kind of a tweener.
Okay.
275. More of an edge guy, but played some of both. But he, Jeff Traylor back in September, basically said if this kid rides it out, he's going to get the keys to the city. He's that good. And that pitch did not work to keep.
Not the keys to your city. He don't want anything to do with you, San Antonio. Sorry.
Yeah, Kenny Ozawalu is his name, and I guess he didn't want the keys to San Antonio. He'd rather
he passed on the keys to get in the Alamo.
It's like, thanks. I'd rather have money. Keys to a city is great. What do you even get if you get a key to the city? You can't just go in everywhere, right? It doesn't actually work.
No, the key fits at all the bars.
Oh, it fits at all the bars?
Yeah, it'd be okay for you.
Oh shit. All right. Well, that's a recruiting pitch that absolutely would work on me.
There you go.
I feel like it should work on Kenny Ozawalu too, but he's not 21 yet. He's only a redshirt freshman, so maybe he doesn't.
Oh,
he doesn't
need those keys right now.
21 means 21.
He wants the keys to the car. He wants the keys to a car or a nice place to live. That's what he's looking for.
Right. Yeah, this guy's a pretty cool story. Started as a walk-on, was 240 pounds his first year, didn't play at all last year. And then bulked up to 275 this year.
God.
And again, 3 sacks, which was second on UTSA, 6 TFLs, which was third on the team. He led their team in hurries. He played more snaps than any UTSA defensive lineman this year.
That's making progress right there.
Yeah. So you pair that dude with Kenny Baker and Alan Clark on the Texas staff. That could work. That could work right there. So, again, no commitment, but that's a guy who visited Texas, and there are still those UTSA and UNT and Texas State guys who are coming.
Good. I didn't even ask that question. How many dudes is Kenny Baker? Those guys are still staying. How many dudes are staying? Is he keeping staff-wise? Who's still staying?
Yeah, I mean, as of now, there hasn't been any other changes to the staff. We talked last week about the contract extension for Chris Jackson, so he's returning as the wide receivers coach. Brandon Harris, the GM, got himself a contract extension as well. Blake Gideon's coming back.
He is coming back?
Yeah. I can't remember. I guess that dropped Friday, but it dropped Friday after the show.
Yeah, because I was saying, why would a guy come back here? Is he just to coach a position unless there must be something in the works that if something doesn't work out, he becomes a defensive coordinator because at his age to take that job at Georgia Tech, do a really decent job, and then to come back as a position guy, that's interesting to me.
Yeah, maybe there's some sort of defensive coordinator in waiting title for Blake Gideon. It hasn't been made official by the university yet, but enough reputable people have reported it to where it just feels like a matter of when, not if, we get the announcement from the school.
Well, they got enough money to pay him like a defensive coordinator if he's a secondary guy. I don't know how you do it, but they'll find a way.
Well, that's the thing.
And this is his home. I mean, Texas is where he's from. I mean, that's one of those deals that you weigh this with that. Weigh a couple $100,000 here or there.
Right.
To be back home.
Well, I think Texas can pay more than Georgia Tech can. So even if we know that Blake Gideon's not going to have the same defensive coordinator title that he had in Atlanta, he could still be making more money here at Texas than he was at Georgia Tech.
Yeah, well, see, that'd be interesting to see if they pay him more money just to be a position coach than they would as a D coordinator. Wow.
Right. So, maybe they'll give him a co-DC title. I mean, all we've heard is high-ranking defensive assistant role. That's the verbiage that has been given.
Well, that's how you get more money.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't think he's taken much of a pay cut, but obviously he played at Texas. He
could be the assistant head coach.
Played under Will Muschamp. So those guys obviously have a great relationship. And, there was some scuttlebutt as soon as Coach Boone got hired, could Blake Gideon actually come back? And I think a lot of people sort of pushed it to the side, like, no, he's a defensive coordinator. Like what you said, why would he
Yeah, why would you do that?
come back for a position coaching role if he's a defensive coordinator? But again, I think he can make more money at Texas.
Yeah, I mean, if you give me the assistant head coaching job title and some money close to what I was getting or more, why wouldn't you come back?
I think they'd give him the assistant head coaching job.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a title.
All right. Yeah.
Sark would have to fall back in the bottle or fall off a train or something in order for him to be the head coach. Yeah. That's how that's how that would work.
Yeah, if Sark got fired, Blake Gideon would not be the head coach. That's not how an assistant. I mean, maybe
No, but if you got
interim
sick or
coach.
something happen, that's a title that's a pretty nice title to
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, no, we'll see. Maybe he will get that title. I don't know if anybody has that title right now on the Texas staff.
Yeah, I was wondering if the offensive line coach had that title.
I think the running back coach is an associate head coach, but that's different than an assistant head coach.
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of they have names for prices. They put a
Right.
price on the naming of those positions.
So maybe that's it. Maybe Blake Gideon will be getting that title, and that's part of his decision to return. I guess we'll find out again whenever it's made
Sure.
official. But there's enough reputable folks reporting that it's happening to where, Blake Gideon should be back next year.
Well, that's a hell of a defensive staff, man.
It is, and Blake Gideon. Obviously, the Texas secondary was really good in 2024, and Blake Gideon was a big reason why the Texas secondary took a step back.
And they're going to pay you that kind of money to get you back here.
Sure. I mean, I think they were going to pay anybody a lot of money, right, to find a really good secondary coach. The Dwayne Aquina Part 2 experiment did not work well at all. So,
yeah, I got to believe Mac had something to do with Dwayne Aquina getting back here.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. And, Sark's got great relationships with a bunch of former players.
Sure.
And I'm sure those guys were all pretty excited with the Dwayne Aquina news that happened last year. The hope is Will Muschamp is not Dwayne Aquina, because bringing Dwayne Aquina back, disaster. We don't want Will Muschamp to be disaster. I don't think it will, for the record, but.
Well, don't forget he was a head coach, so he's the defensive head coach.
He is the defensive head coach, yes, and that
more time for the offensive head coach to get his stuff together.
That allows Steve Sarkisian more time to focus on the offense and hopefully get that side of the ball cleaned up and
the penalties and the special teams
and everything.
And that's right, and everything.
Yeah, you got to get Texas back to the playoff next year. That's the minimum requirement, I think, for Steve Sarkisian.
Assistant to the regional manager.
Is that what we're calling Blake Gideon?
That's all right. You get that assistant head coaching job. That's a big deal.
It is.
For a young guy, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it is. So, and look, Blake Gideon was a defensive coordinator for a defensive-minded head coach, so it wasn't really his defense at Georgia Tech. Now, he did get to call the plays there.
And he did a good job. They were pretty good.
But it wasn't your typical defensive coordinator gig
No.
where it's like you are the guy who's running the show on that side of the football. So that makes it harder to get like a head coaching job if you're just that guy. I don't know. I don't know what Blake Gideon's aspirations are. I don't know if he wants to be a head coach. Maybe he just wants to be at Texas. Maybe he wants to be a defensive coordinator somewhere. I don't know. But that's good news, I think, for Texas. That dropped on Friday after the show. Blake Gideon returning to the Longhorn staff, obviously was a part of Steve Sarkisian's staff for his first few years in Austin, left before 2025, and now returns.
Yeah, this is kind of all in there, Jerry Jones.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you got to get some players from the portal for me to really believe that it's all in.
Yeah, I got to hear about a running back and the offensive line.
That's the thing.
Sure.
Like, no disrespect to Ian Jaffrard. I'm excited he's coming. That's a guy that, was scheduled to have other visits this week. And his visit in Austin this weekend went so well that he canceled those other visits and committed on the spot yesterday.
It's the old recruiting thing. That's good job there.
Like that. I like that they address the special teamers. That's great. You need a kicker, you need a punter, you need a long snapper, but we'll see how all in they really are by whether or not they find a top flight running back, top flight receiver, top flight offensive linemen, plural linebackers. I mean, there's now tight end. Add that to the list because of injuries decision. There's a laundry list of holes that Texas needs to fill.
Yeah, I mean, just think Texas going through this, and I got to believe that places like LSU must be losing their minds for Lane Kiffin. I mean, that guy's not sleeping. His staff is doing stuff at Mississippi. They don't know at Mississippi if they're going to be able to, if certain guys are going to be able to continue to coach. You know, that's one of those, hey, I just got here. I need all you guys here.
Yeah, it's a mess of a situation.
When
right?
you sign contracts with me, I need you have. I know I want to be. I don't care to be a good guy. I could care less because I got to go there. You know, the first couple of weeks of next year with all of you there, they are going to boo the shit out of us. It's going to be miserable. That will be a miserable trip back to Ole Miss. You know.
Oh my God, that's pretty early in the season.
It's like third game, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, week 3 where LSU travels to Ole Miss, the return of the Lane train.
Wow.
And I think Lane Kiffin is requiring every assistant besides Charlie Wise Jr. to go to LSU. Like, he let those guys coach the first 2 playoff games for Ole Miss, but now he's like, no, I need you here. So, yeah, what a wild month it's been for Ole Miss.
Yeah, the players are got to be going, my goodness.
I know. What a mess. You talk about burning bridges on your way out. Like, Lane Kiffin is probably the best head football coach Ole Miss has ever had, and everyone is going to hate him until the end of time.
Dude, I'm not about all this, but, dude, they're going to do shit to him. They're going to throw shit at the butt. They're going to do all kinds of shit.
Yeah. I mean, think about what Chris Beard had when he went back to Lubbock, right? Like, the divorce wasn't as public. It wasn't as messy, but, you know, Chris Beard said a bunch of things about never leaving Lubbock, and this is the place I want to be. And then overnight he leaves and takes the Texas job. Better job, of course. And, yeah, I mean, we saw how Tech fans reacted, and we saw how the games in Lubbock between the Horns and the Red Raiders were, or I guess one game.
This will be something.
Yeah, so it's going to be insane. And now, obviously, Ole Miss, they're still alive. They're still in the playoff. They're 2 wins away from a national championship with basically an interim coach. I know Pete Golding's the full-time guy, but, like, he's an interim for this year. And now the assistants all have to go to LSU. It's a mess, dude. That's why the college football playoff calendar, or just the college football calendar, is a joke. We should not allow. I mean, there are players, but there are players on the Final 4 teams who are leaving right now to go to the portal. How crazy is that?
And guys that are second teamers and stuff like that.
Some guys who actually play, though.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Guys that get in the games.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I thought you just meant like deep backups. No, guys who actually play are leaving because they are worried there won't be any spots left for them when everybody else commits and signs in the portal. They're worried by the time they're
they had to change that. That's ridiculous.
It's a joke. It's a total joke. We got they do it because of the academic calendar and getting people enrolled by the start of the second semester. And it's like, we got to stop pretending to care about the academics when it comes to these things.
Yeah, that's just they're just messing around. That's a joke.
The business of college football is too big now. I'm not saying guys don't go to class or anything. I'm saying, like, if a guy has to enroll a week or 2 later in school.
Yeah, I mean, education is fantastic, but, you know, no schools are forcing guys to go to school anymore. They don't hold that above. They don't hold that over your head. The guy will go, "What did you say? If I don't go to class, what?
Yeah,
I won't play.
You can take all online classes and then pay somebody to take them for you."
Sure.
That's the move right there. But yeah, let a kid miss the first 2 weeks. It's syllabus weeks. Nobody goes to those classes anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that part's a little bit of a joke. You don't go until the 3rd week anyway, whether you're making money or not making money, whether you're the normal kid paying and dad's paying for it and mom's paying for it. You don't go. It's not like you go right away. All
Right.
kids don't do that. Kids are kids. They do what everybody else is doing.
Right. So I guess that's a perk. Again, I'm not happy that Texas is done playing football, but sort of a perk of not being in the college football playoff semifinal is that you can focus all of your attention on the portal and you don't have to focus on guys you're losing before a big playoff game. I mean, remember Texas had this with Malik Murphy 2 years ago where he portaled out. I mean, he was a backup, but like Quinn Ewers' backup, he portals out before a playoff game. And it's like, what do we do?
Now he's at his 8th school. Is he done now? He's done, right? Tell me he's done. He can't show up at Duke or on the West Coast, or he can't show up in the Big Ten anywhere, right? He's done. His eligibility has to be gone.
I don't know. I think he was only a redshirt junior this year.
No way. No way. He was at Duke. I thought by then he was a senior. And then he wasn't at Duke. Where was he this year?
No, this was his 4th year of college
Oregon
football.
State, right?
He was at Oregon State this year. It was not good at all. He had 2 years at Texas. One of those was a redshirt year. A year at Duke, and then a year at Oregon State. So he's got another year of eligibility. I don't know if he's transferring or sticking it out at Oregon State. I have no idea.
Oh, you know he's interested in money somewhere to be at Oregon State. They were horrible.
They were horrible. Yeah, he had a bad year. He had a pretty solid year at Duke, actually.
Yeah, he did. Yes, he did.
But Duke went out and got Darian Mensah. They paid for another portal quarterback to replace him last year. And I guess it worked. They won the ACC. But yeah, Malik Murphy, I don't know. Jonte Cook's back in the portal, by the way. Speaking of guys who still somehow have eligibility remaining. Yep, Jonte Cook.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forget. Remember, the clock stops when you're in prison or wherever.
Jonte Cook might have 2 years of eligibility left.
Oh, yeah, his clock has stopped. That dude spent like half a year in the can, I believe.
I don't think he spent half the year in the can. He maybe got arrested, but I don't think he spent much time in the can. He did get kicked off the Texas Longhorns and then went to Washington and got kicked off like 2 weeks in, and then ended up at Syracuse this past year and played decently well this year.
He's got that great coach, one of the better coaches in America.
549 yards, 2 touchdowns for Jonte Cook at Syracuse this season. So someone will take another chance on him.
Wow.
He will not be coming back to Texas. I can go ahead and report that for you on a Monday morning.
Good.
But yeah, the portal continues to turn, Buck. And
yeah, they need to straighten that out.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Every
coach hates it. It's not like a controversial opinion. Like every coach, every administrator, everybody hates
every educator like myself.
The educators, they probably don't care, but like people hate it. Problem is there's nobody really running college football right now who can put a stop to it because the NCAA is not doing anything. And conference commissioners are focused on a bunch of other things. And that's why the sport just feels like a total free-for-all right now.
Jeez.
It's a mess, but we love it so much. It's our mess.
That's right.
It's our beautiful mess. All right, we'll get back into some Texas football, more portal news, notes, and nuggets. We got to talk about Texas basketball's SEC opener. What a disaster that was on Saturday night at the Mood. We'll get to some NFL in hour number 2 as well. But before we do anything else, how about another round of sponsor shout-outs?
Hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patch. The incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories for 2026. It's there for you. And I guarantee you, Jay has some sales racks for those looking for some stuff that they had in 2025 in all sizes. They even fit the new big man coming here. They got XXX. They got XX. They've got, I don't wear a small, but they have small for those that are small people. That's right. I'm a medium. So they've got plenty of mediums, but they have everything in all sizes. Of course, all the ball caps that you're looking for, all the jelly cats, men's and women's apparel, of course. And Sue Patrick orders $59 or more online, free shipping to you. And that, believe me, they get there to you in a hurry. If you need it in a couple days, Jay, and of course, we'll get it to you as quick as possible. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com. Looking forward to going over to Sue Patrick in the new year and saying hello to the folks there. There's some new gear over there that I probably got to get for my grandkids.
And for yourself.
And for myself, of course, yes.
Yeah. You know what I have to say to your live read there, sir?
Yeah.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
Oh, they got stuff for little people, too.
You're the little guy right there.
I don't think so. Jay understands. He has plenty of mediums for me. Sometimes places don't have a lot of mediums. They just go from small to large. But at Sue Patrick, there's plenty for us medium-sized folks.
You're trying to wear a dress like Mike Elko on the sidelines?
What? It's not good. This is
Mike Elko hasn't fit. Mike Elko hasn't fit in an adult medium since the 3rd grade, actually. So
since birth.
Yeah, maybe since birth. But he does wear like clothes that are 8 sizes too big, which doesn't help conceal the gut that he has.
Oh my God,
Coach. But they have Mike Elko sizes there too at Sioux Patrick. Let's not forget. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. If you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, how about that for a New Year's resolution? Get you a new whip.
There you go.
You could do it at Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. Of course, part of the world-famous Covert Auto Group that's been around the Austin area for more than
42 acres, brother. 42 acres.
42 acres of cars, trucks, and SUVs. You could spend hours just walking around their lot. Like, if you're not sure what you want, just go out there, and they've got a bigger selection and a better selection than anybody in the city. The people there are fantastic. Say hi to Dan Covert. Say hi to Mike. Say hi to Stacy, Jerome, Ron, Cameron. Gina at the front desk is awesome. They're all great people who will treat you like family the way they've treated us like family. And what do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
CovertBeeCave.com for more info and to shop their inventory online. But more importantly, go see them off of Highway 71.
Love the Coverts.
Yes, indeed. Also, a shout out to Audiovisual Consultation. Speaking of people we love, our guy, Tom McKay. Oh, man. I should have cut this up. I might cut this up for tomorrow's show. But on Friday, Tom McKay went over to Wags' house during Chaos Theory right after us.
And jumped in the pool?
You did see this.
Oh.
Those guys did a polar plunge. I think Wags' pool was like 55 degrees, which hard to call it a polar plunge considering how hot it's been around these parts in the last few weeks. But, yeah, shirtless Tom McKay and Wags. He could have gone without seeing that.
Yeah,
but
we didn't have to see that.
Those guys jumped in the pool on Friday, and Wags got out as quick as he could. Tom, stay in the pool for a few seconds. Wags was like, get me the hell out of here. Friday's show, if you missed it, go back to the YouTube stream and check it out. It was pretty hilarious. But we love AV Consultations. Look, he's not going to come into your house and jump into your pool. If you ask him, I bet he will.
He would.
But that's not what he does. He's going to hook you up with great TVs. He's going to hook you up with surround sound speakers, whole home lighting, surveillance systems to keep you and your loved ones safe. You can do heated floors for your bathroom. Anything audio, video, automation, he can do it. Basically anything to take your home to another level in the new year, AV Consultations can do it. They've been hooking up Central Texans since 1988. They can do the same for you. All you have to do is give them a call, 512-255-8678. You can go online, avconsultations.com, check out the gallery of projects they've done over the last nearly 4 decades, and then make the call. It's a life-changing call. You won't regret it. 512-255-8678.
People were loving I had my son-in-law and my little grandson over and stuff. They were looking at the 85-incher. They were like in shock sitting on the couch looking at that thing. It's like, can you get it any bigger? I'm like, yeah, it can get bigger. That's what she said. I mean, yeah, I mean, it can, that TV can get bigger. They were just amazed at the color and how clear it was too.
You said the neighborhood kids were asking if it could
No, not the neighborhood. It was my son-in-law, my grandson. He was over here. They were over here, and they were amazed at the size.
Interesting. Yeah, that's something I've never dealt with in my life.
No, you never had to worry about that.
No one's ever been amazed at my size. I can tell you that. Love AV Consultations. Yeah, they do 105-inch screens plus the home theater giant projection screens. So size does matter when it comes to your televisions. They got you covered. AV Consultations. All right, so some good news. Again, we talked about the report momentarily. Trevor Gooseby leaning towards coming back to Texas. One insider site actually reported that he is coming back to Texas. Hopefully that becomes official this week. That's obviously massive. We've spent plenty of time talking about portal needs for the Longhorns. It's nice not having left tackle as one of those needs.
You're right.
Because those guys are very hard to find, and they are very expensive when you need to find them out of the portal. So that's great news with Trevor Gooseby. Also with the offensive line, Bug, this is something you talked about. Nothing official yet, but I will be giving you a lot of credit if it does happen. 2 Michigan starting offensive linemen are in the portal, and both of them are getting interest from Texas.
No doubt.
Their right guard and their right tackle are both in the portal, and again, both of them getting Texas interest.
Yeah, it should. I mean, you've watched them. You watch enough film of them. You know just about everything about them. You know, you have all their films from all year. You know, where you may have spies at their practices. Who care? And nobody cares. It's a freaking bowl game.
Right.
Michigan doesn't care. They're at every practice that you have, whether it's a bowl or not. But you get to meet, you get to, rub shoulders with those guys. You're at banquets with those guys. If you're the offensive line coach, you get to talk to them. There's nothing wrong with that. When you're on a bowl trip,
Yeah. Do some peer recruiting while you're out there.
Absolutely. I thought they would.
Yeah, and that's the difference between like a typical road game or just a game you have to travel for. You usually get to town a day before kickoff, and then you fly back home right after kickoff. But obviously with these bowl games, like Texas and Michigan both got to Orlando on Friday before the game, and then the game was on Wednesday. So you got all these activities and all that time that you spend together in the same.
Yes, the offensive lineman versus your offensive lineman. It's at bowling alleys and stuff. I mean, you get, as you're the coach, you're going to hang out with your boys. You're going to get to meet some of their guys, talk to them.
Mm-hmm.
Slip that. Are you really happy there? You got a new coach. What are you going to do?
Right. And that obviously helps Texas's chances here. And the names: Andrew Sprague is the right tackle who entered the portal. Jake Guanera is the right guard who entered the portal. And it's interesting, Andrew Sprague, a tackle, like Texas has Brandon Baker coming back at right tackle.
So
I wonder, but yeah, well, I think Brandon Baker, like the plan would be if Texas brings in a guy like Andrew Sprague, who's 6'8", by the way.
Yeah, he's huge.
You can't put that guy at guard. Like that guy's staying outside. So if Texas were to bring in Andrew Sprague and plug and play him as a starter, then Brandon Baker would probably shift inside. There are a lot of people who think Baker maybe long-term projects better as a guard anyways. I thought Brandon Baker was pretty solid in his first year as a starter, and I thought he got a lot better as
he did. He had his struggles here or there. At the last game, he had a couple grabs and stuff. But all in all, I think he ended out being pretty good.
Yeah.
As a freshman. I think the guard would be perfect for him.
Right. So we'll see. I mean, I think if Texas, again, if they can find an upgrade at right tackle, then Brandon Baker would shift inside, but they're not just going to bring in a right tackle for the sake of bringing one in. I think they're okay, and I can tell you that I'm okay with Baker being the right tackle again in 2026. But Andrew Sprague is a guy who's being looked at, and then Jake Guanera started. I think he took over in week 3 and was the starter at right guard for the Wolverines from that moment on. Both of those guys have multiple years of eligibility remaining too. So it's not just rental players. If those guys end up signing with the Longhorns, you've got guys who can help this team not only in 26, but also in 2027 as well.
Some young guys, yeah.
And, both of those guys, I've heard that it's Texas versus returning to Michigan. Maybe some other schools will get in the mix, but again, right now, that's the tea leaves, is that it's Texas versus Michigan. The Wolverines hired a good coach with Kyle Whittingham, and he's done a pretty good job so far preventing a bunch of departures in the portal. But again, it is a coaching change that we're talking about.
Yeah, this is departure week right here coming up. Although there's some guys, like you said, there's some guys playing in these games that may not be at the same school either.
Right.
A lot of games to be played here with some pretty good players.
Right. One last thing, Michigan has a new offensive line coach too. So, the position coach, the guy who recruited those two to Michigan, is not being retained by Kyle Whittingham on his new staff. So another reason maybe for optimism for those two. But yeah, you're right. And look, I think it's also important to note that there's that 48-hour rule to where when a player requests his school to enter his name in the transfer portal, the school has 2 business days or 48 hours to actually put his name in. So there are some guys who might be entering the portal who have not yet shown up.
You're right.
In the portal. And there are guys who, haven't made their decisions yet who will at some point be officially entering the portal. So this thing isn't done. There's already more than 1,000 players in there. And yeah, again, we are far from done right now. So.
And what do we have? And it's the last day to say you're in is the 15th.
Yes.
So this thing can drag on forever.
Yeah. The last day you can enter is the 15th, but you don't have to commit and sign by January 15th. So
what is the day? Is there a signing date for this now?
I don't think there's like a date for, maybe there is a date for when you have to. I'm sure most of that's up to the school's discretion. It's like, we would like you here by winter workouts. We would like you here to enroll you for the spring semester. We would like you to be here by spring football. Maybe it's different.
Like to be missing winter workouts, y'all.
Yeah, I don't know if like Aaron Rodgers and like Tom Brady, like super established NFL veterans. They're like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and sit out OTAs and I'll sit out some mini camps. And if you want to find me, fine. I just don't want to show up. I've done enough to where I don't have to show up. I don't know how many colleges are going to be like, yeah, we're okay with you not being here for winter workouts. Like, if you want to play here, you're going to sign by X date.
Wow.
So I think, we'll get most of our answers within the next 2 weeks of where guys are ultimately signing. But mentioned it earlier, most of the big name players, unless they're following a coach, a couple of UNT guys like followed Eric Morris to Oklahoma State. But unless
I saw that he had like 3 or 4 guys that ended up there. Did the running back end up there?
The quarterback ended up there, Vandergrift's own, Drew Mestamaker. Caleb Hawkins, the running back, I think is the strong belief is that he is going to.
I thought I saw that he is there. Yeah.
Oh, maybe he did. Maybe he did commit over the weekend. It looks like he did. I missed that. So Caleb Hawkins, a guy that, some people linked to Texas if they couldn't get Jaden Ball or Isaac Brown, which as of now, they don't have either of those guys. But Caleb Hawkins going to Oklahoma State. So.
Yeah, you signed a couple of offensive linemen. That'll start making the running backs think about it too. If those names can pop up, that they're coming.
I think so. That will help. And also, you know what else will help, Buck?
What about the academics?
What about the academics?
It's not going to help.
Dude, if I am a 4 or 5 star transfer portal recruit and I'm taking a visit and
somebody mentions school,
the coach if he even mentions school, class, the academics, I'm on the way out.
Would that do it to you? Would that make you make your decision?
Tell me about the money. Tell me about my playing time.
Tell me about my car, my housing, and my women.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Call me a POS. Guess what?
Yes.
I've been calling myself that for years.
POS.
I've been calling myself that for years. I don't want to hear it.
What is Trey Wisner taking visits? I mean, what's the insight? What's the skinny on that dude?
Yeah, Trey Wisner, I think has an Ole Miss visit planned for this week. And I think he's got a Florida State visit planned for this week. So
shit. Go to Florida State.
Why do you hate these guys so much?
Go to the land of nobodies right now.
They've got some money. And it's a historic program, right? Florida State.
They were ponying up enough to get is their quarterback. Their coach is back for another year.
Yeah, they couldn't afford to fire Mike Norvell, so he is back for another year. But a couple of visits for Trey Wisner already. As of this moment, as I just glitched there, sorry about that. Trey Wisner is the 3rd highest ranked running back in the portal. So he is going to get some interest from around the country, even though it was a disappointing 2025 year for him. And Texas obviously let him walk versus paying him what he was looking for. Trey Wisner is going to get a nice payday, and he's going to have opportunities, plural, in the open market. I know you hate that. I know you hate when.
No, I like it for him because I wouldn't give him the kind of money he's looking for here.
Right. Well,
I would definitely send him packing.
It's an interesting.
I would try a lot to keep him here, but I would try a lot to get better.
Well, what do you do if you're Texas and Jaden Ball doesn't leave Florida? We've heard that Isaac Brown is not leaving Louisville. Those were seemingly the top 2 targets there. Now Caleb Hawkins, the number 1 running back in the portal, is off the books going to Oklahoma State. What do you do? Is there a point? Is there a point where you call Trey Wisner back and say?
Well, I still would call him back, but I'm not giving him the kind of money that he wants. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him maybe more than he got before, but I'm not paying him $1 million. He's not worth $1 million. I'm sorry. I got to be a better coach, and some of these kids that are coming in here or that are still here, I'm not talking about Michael Terry. I'm talking about Christian Clark is okay as a solid backup now. From what I saw, he can get a little bit better and will get even better than he is right now. Yeah. But I'm not putting my national championships hopes on Christian Clark. There's no way.
Well, I wonder if this thing will get to a point to where Trey Wisner gets a call back from Texas, and they pay him closer to what he's looking for. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think we'll get there. I do think Texas is going to find somebody who's an upgrade in the portal. But at what point, if they keep striking out on their top guys, do they consider going down that well? I don't know. I'd put it at like 3% for the record.
One
like
of these 5 stars that you speak so highly of as freshmen have to be a 5-star freshman and look like it in game 1. Somebody's got to get those guys prepared to be ready to go. If they have that kind of talent.
You trust that over bringing back Trey Wisner?
Well, I mean, the Cooper kid, I mean, it sounds like he's got everything you're looking for. Then coach him up and let's go.
Yeah. All right, we'll see.
I'm just not giving up that kind of money. I've seen that guy enough to know that $1 million is not worth my money for him. I got to do better.
I don't disagree.
I got to do close or I got to do better.
Right. Right. Yeah, right now, again, Wisner, the 3rd-ranked running back in the portal. Hollywood Smothers is the 2nd-ranked running back.
The North Carolina State dude?
That's the NC State dude. I haven't heard anything about him visiting Texas to this point in the portal cycle.
And once again, BK, the highly recruited ones or whatever, I mean, if somebody called me up on the phone and said, here, I want you to look at this guy. He's at such and such state. That's not a state, whatever. Right. And say, listen, this guy may fit you what you're looking for. I'd do that too. That's why you got a GM and all these people that get a little extra bucks over there to watch film. Yeah. I just find me somebody and say, tap me on the shoulder and say, I want you to just check this out,
Right. And that, that could be what they do. I mean, there's plenty of running backs out there. They could opt for a running back by committee bid if they're not able to find a, true bell cow. Caden Durham from LSU entered. I think he's a solid enough player to be a guy who contributes to Texas. Raleek Brown from Arizona State entered. I think he's good enough to be a contributing player. Dylan Edwards at Kansas State. These are some of the other, highly ranked guys at running back in the
portal have experience right that have major college experience already.
That have experience at, like you said, major colleges and Power 4.
Right.
They're not going to move the needle for as many folks as some of those top guys. But again, I mean, Isaac Brown doesn't enter the portal. What can you do? Jaden Ball doesn't enter the portal.
You can't do anything about that. No.
Can't do anything about that. No. I guess you probably could find a way to get a hold of their agent and say, you know what, actually, we're going to offer this instead. So tell them.
Yeah.
But as it stands right now, neither of those guys are entering the portal. And I have not heard, and I was doing a lot of digging last night of other running back targets that Texas is going after. I have not heard another name besides those two. Again, portal's only been open for 3 days. A lot has yet to unfold, but it almost feels like it's back to square one for Texas if those guys don't end up entering, which it feels like they're not.
Yeah. I mean, I hear the 3 names, that you have. Yeah. I think you got an opportunity. If you have to, as you said, running back by committee, because you're going to have to anyway if you don't get a top-notch guy. What you think is your number one is really not a number one. He's probably a number 2.5. So you're going to have another guy to go along with it, and including a freshman. Just get the guys ready to play. Let's go.
I'm not doing that. I'm not just getting guys ready to play. You got to get a running back. You have to get somebody. That is
You just said if those guys don't go.
You got to get somebody else. I know. You can't just oh, shoot, we can't get our top 2 guys, so we're just Derek Cooper, hope you're ready. Hey, Jet Walker from Georgetown, you're a 3-star who we offered it very late in the cycle, but we hope you're ready. You can't. That's not win now.
Cooper's a 5-star. Get him ready to play.
He's a 4-star. He's not a 5-star.
Okay, he's a 4-star. That they think he's good enough to have a scholarship to come to Texas. Yeah, get him ready to play.
Yeah, well, that's not what I want to do. So I have bigger goals than relying on a freshman to fix your running game that was your worst in 81 years. I want a known quantity to get that turned around. So we'll see. So there's that from the portal. Not so good news from the running back front for Texas on a Monday.
Bring back Jared Gibson out of FAMU or wherever you said he's going.
Purdue.
Yeah,
no, I'm not trying to talk Jared Gibson out of the
Oh, you're not trying to talk that guy back?
Yeah. Best of luck, Jarek. I'm not sending him to FAMU like you were. I'm not trying to bring him back to Texas.
Well, he was going to. I was saying he was going to play at FAMU.
You could play at Purdue. It's Purdue.
We'll see.
Yeah, they suck. Really
he won't be one of the nation's leaders, believe me.
Yeah, maybe, no, he won't. All right, Buck, Texas basketball.
Yes, I did watch some of that.
Boy, if talking about the running backs and the portal isn't depressing enough, Texas basketball, tough one. They dropped their SEC opener Saturday night at the Mood, 101-98 the final in overtime. They lose to Mississippi State. Texas was an 8.5-point favorite. This was supposed to be one of the easier games that Texas had in league play, and they lost it on their home floor. It's a bad loss for the Longhorns, and Texas had their chances. They were down for most of the game, but they went on a run midway through the second half and took a lead, and Texas was actually up by 7 with less than 2 minutes to play in regulation, Buck, and they blew it. And then in overtime, they blew it a few more times. Tremont Mark, what do you call him? The
lefty, the herky-jerky lefty.
Herky-jerky lefty. He got to the free throw line with Texas down by 2 with 9 seconds left, and he missed a free throw. So Texas had a chance to tie it at the end of overtime to potentially force a second overtime, and instead Tremont Mark missed a free throw. The Longhorns had to play the fouling game, and Texas missed a 3 at the
Nah, he's not a clutch dude. He's one of those guys when you were just, well, he's a streaky kind of guy. He's at the free throw line.
Yeah, missed 2
He's
big
29 years old.
Feels like it. Missed 2 big free throws in overtime. Missed one like a minute earlier. That would have closed the gap a little bit. And then that was obviously the biggest one. Again, a chance to tie the game with less than 10 seconds to go, and he misses it. So, yeah, that's one of your leaders. That's a guy who's played college basketball for a long time. I think he's actually 24 years old, which is pretty ridiculous. And Texas missed 11 free throws as a team. They got to the line 40 times. That's the good news, but they missed 11 of them, and they missed some timely ones. And the biggest moment in the game was late in regulation. Dalen Swain, who had easily his best game as a Longhorn, but I would say his best game as a college basketball player, he fouled out late in regulation on some garbage calls. His 4th and his 5th foul were both horrible calls. He was all of the offense for Texas. He had 34 points and 13 rebounds in 36 minutes. And as soon as he fouled out, Texas kind of fell apart.
Yeah, I know their coach. The coach has got to be upset that they don't move their feet the way they should be. They're too good of athletes to do some of the stuff that they do. When guys go by them, they do the reach arounds and all that stuff. And officials call that stuff. You look at it and say, well, that's not a foul. But anytime you swipe by a guy and you're not moving your feet, they foul a lot.
I do feel like giving somebody a reach around should be a foul.
Okay, then they're good at that.
Like, I don't know if that's in the rules or not. If like that specific act, if you give somebody a reach around on the court, like I don't know if that's like technically against the rules, but I feel like it should be. If it's
the fans won't like it, the fans don't want to see it.
I'd be pretty interested to see it.
You would think that would be okay?
I don't know if it'd be okay, but like
once or twice a game, if you saw that.
Sometimes the beauty of sports is like you see something that you've never seen before.
That's true.
So I've watched a lot of basketball in my life, but that's one thing that I have never seen. So I don't know if I'd watch the whole thing happen, but like I'd have to just kind of look through my hands and take a peek.
Of course you would.
Of
course you would.
Remember what?
I just don't think they run that offense through their big guy. It's like they don't think he's talented enough. They just think he's a rebounder. He'll get some putbacks. He'll shoot good free throws. But they don't run anything down low with him that he doesn't have to kick it back out to somebody. They just kind of still freelance it a little bit. And how about the Pope? What was the Pope doing in this game?
Jordan Pope was terrible. And, Texas, once Dalen Swain fouled out, their last 2 shots in regulation that they had were just Jordan Pope shots. One of them was a long 2, a shot that he makes a lot, but one of them was a bad contested 3 out of a timeout, which there's no way it was the play that was actually called.
Yeah.
But Jordan Pope was horrible. And, they really needed him to step up.
They needed somebody to defend that little short dude that was tearing them apart.
Yeah, macro, the issue for Texas is they can't defend. Like, offensively, they're a pretty good team. According to Ken Palm, they are the 28th ranked offense in college basketball. That's NCAA tournament good level basketball that they're playing. Defensively, Buck, they're 109th in defensive efficiency. That is NIT stuff right there.
Yeah, they've got the kid who comes off the bench that goes crazy, who can jump. And, I mean, that guy should have been defending that little guard who, I mean, he was throwing them up. He like Iverson the way he was shooting. I mean, balls, I told you, like world be free. That jump shot that he takes that goes that arcing shot.
Yeah.
When he misses.
Oh, he also kicks his leg. Did World be free kick his leg out 5 feet every time he shot?
Yeah, he would do that. He'd kick that front leg out at you. And the ball would go so high. But he was hot early. I was thinking they had to cool him off in the second half a little bit. And it sounds like they didn't.
They did for most of the second half, and then down the stretch, and then in overtime, he was really good. So Josh Hubbard had 38 for Mississippi State.
Man.
About 10 of 31 shooting. But he got to the line 15 times, made 12 of them, and had 20 points in the first half. Didn't do much in the second half, but again, hit a big three to get State back into the game, and then hit some big shots in overtime to give State the win.
Dude, he was having a hard time getting some of those shots off because guys were taller than he was, but he was shooting over the top of them.
Yeah, they can't defend, and they got crushed on the glass, too. Mississippi State had 19 offensive rebounds, which Texas had been a pretty good defensive rebounding team. Sean Miller's in a tough spot, and he admitted this after the game. I'll play the sound in a second, but Texas just doesn't have a power forward right now. They don't. They're getting nothing from Camden Heide. They're getting nothing from Lucina Traore. They're getting nothing
small
from
guys. They got little skinny guys, yeah.
Well, they have guys with the body type. They're just not good. So they end up having to play small with Dalen Swain at the 4 and 3 guards, and that doesn't help them with their rebounding. Matas Vokatitis is like an okay rebounder, but he's not great. So it's like you either get nothing on offense and you're basically playing 4-on-5, or you give up a lot on the glass, and that's what Texas decided to do. And Mississippi State had 19 offensive boards, and that was a huge part of why they won that game. Texas couldn't defend, and then they didn't get rebounds when they did get stops.
And Pope can't defend a guy like that Hubbard kid because the taller guys can't defend him. So I know the Pope can't cover him.
As the kids say, Pope couldn't defend you or I in a phone booth.
Yeah, he struggles. He's a little dude.
Yeah.
He plays little.
Yeah, and Sean Miller, man, he was pretty real in the post-game press conference, and we got a couple of bits of sound from him. He was asked about, he talked about his team just making some not smart plays. He said they lacked common sense in some big moments. He said they made dumb plays at times. He's like,
"Oh, you mean they're like the football team?
Well,
they're dumb too."
Unlike the football coach, the basketball coach is actually willing to say they're pretty dumb.
Yeah.
And here's Sean Miller talking about like some low IQ moments that he saw from his team and continues to see from his team.
Oh, it's, I think I told you guys, like a disciplined team, disciplined players, coached by a disciplined coach and environment and staff. And we have to coach those guys better in those areas. Now, if I tell you not to cross the street, and I keep telling you, and I say, I swear, whatever you do not cross the street. And you do, and the bus hits you. I'm going to take responsibility as your parent. But damn it, how many times do I have to tell you not to cross the street? We got some of that going on.
How many times do I tell you not to put your hand on the burning stove, you idiot? I mean, really?
How about that? I mean, Sean Miller, not mentioning any names, but just like, he's taking accountability. Some people might hear that and say, oh, there's a coach not taking accountability.
He's talking about his staff, too. He's talking about all of them.
Yeah, there's 15 times in that one presser where Sean Miller's like, it's on me. I got to coach better. Like, we have to be better as a staff. But there was some realness there from Sean Miller. It's like, some of it we could tell these guys 1,000 times. If they don't go out and do it, it's still our fault. That's the nature of the business. I've been coaching a long time. I know how this works.
I just got some dumb guy. Hey, folks, I just got some dumb guys.
What in the hell am I supposed to do with some of this?
Yeah, but the head football coach won't do that to his guys.
No, not really.
He'll just say, oh, just reach and grab and hold. Don't worry about it. They'll miss it. They won't catch on to it.
Sean Miller trying to establish a culture there. And look, I mean, Texas fans are not happy with that loss to Mississippi State. It's been a pretty disappointing first half of the year for Texas men's basketball. I won't argue against that. And if the season ended today, the Longhorns would not be dancing. But you're not going to do anything to Sean Miller. You're not going to move off from Sean Miller. Don't make any irrational judgments on Sean Miller in his first year with all that he had to do to get this program turned around. Like I said, the same thing about Steve Sarkisian when a lot of Longhorn fans wanted that dude fired after 5-7. Turned out to be the right move to give him a little bit of time to get this program figured out.
Well, I mean, he's saying what he feels. He's not holding back, and he's not worried about the sensitivity of his players. He's letting them know guys are dumb.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm going to have to coach up my guys to keep telling you, but you keep doing the same dumbass things over and over and over. I don't know what else I can do. What other way can I do it except for put you on the bench? I need you to play. I need you not to be dumb.
Yeah.
So Sark doesn't do that to his guys. They just do the same thing over and over and over. And all he says is, we got to get better at it. Okay, well, they're dumb, coach. Yeah, they got to get better at it.
Oh, man. You can tell them not to cross the street 100 times. And
then they get hit by the bus.
Get hit by the bus. But
and
it's on me.
I'm still going to take responsibility for it.
Yeah.
But
here's the tough part for Texas basketball. Again, we mentioned that was one of their easier SEC games, at least on paper. Their next 3 games are maybe 3 of the hardest games they have in conference play. They're at Tennessee tomorrow. Tennessee's ranked in the top 20 with Rick Barnes. They're at number 14 Alabama on Saturday. And then they host Vanderbilt, who's undefeated and is currently the highest ranked team in the SEC at number 11. And they'll probably be in the top 10 when the new poll comes out later today. So 3 ranked teams, 2 of them on the road. That's the next 3 for Texas basketball. I mean, they are staring. Buck, they might be underdogs in all 3 of those games. They are staring an 0-4 start to conference play right in the face.
Yeah, well, that's not going to be fun for Sean Miller at all.
No, that is not going to be fun for any of us.
No.
I think. So, yeah, there's your Texas basketball. That was fun on Saturday night. They had so many chances to win that game. They win the game if the refs don't completely hose Dalen Swain. There's no doubt in my mind if the game wasn't officiated as poorly as it was, Texas wins. But you know who doesn't care about that, Buck? The NCAA Tournament Committee.
No.
They're not going to remember the officiating on a Texas-Mississippi State game on January 3rd when thinking about whether or not Texas should get in or be left out.
Yeah, because they're going to see a Mississippi State team that's not going to make it, and they're going to say, and you lost to them?
At home. Yeah, that's what they're going to see. So, I mean, Texas has a long way to go to get in the NCAA tournament conversation. They got to start winning some games against some quality competition, because right now they only have 1 win against a major conference team. That's NC State, who's not very good. I think Texas is 1-5 now against Power 6 college basketball conference teams.
You got to get on the boards. I don't know what they do, but they need like you said, they need a forward. They need a guy with some strength too. But you say they're just not any good. It's just like having a body in the paint getting in the way.
He's got to figure it out. And I know Zay's been talking about Declan Duru a little bit, who's a freshman who's 6'8" from Germany. He's played a little bit at times this year. Looks like a puppy out there. Hadn't been playing basketball for very long in his life. And, coaching staff clearly hasn't felt that he's ready, but he is a guy who can play the 4. They might just need to trot him out there in these next few games just to see with what they're throwing out there. It ain't good enough right now. So.
Yeah, like I said, they don't go through their big guy.
No, some games they do. That game, I mean, Vokatitis did shoot 18 free throws on Saturday. He only had 5 field goal attempts, but a lot of that was because he kept getting fouled when he did get the ball down low. But yeah, no, I mean, it was, again, you score 98 points, you should win.
That's true. It doesn't matter doesn't matter who you're playing.
Yeah.
Playing, unless you're playing some NBA team, any college team, you get 98. Probably 85, 90% of those games, you should win those games.
You're right. Man, just couldn't get stops, unfortunately. So there you go. There's your Texas men's basketball. Congrats to the Texas women's basketball team. They stay undefeated. They took down number 15 Ole Miss yesterday. Great game at the Moody Center. 67-64 the final. Texas led by 15 after the third quarter and just got incredibly cold down the stretch. Ole Miss cut it to 3 a couple of times, but big and 1 for Jordan Lee, big and 1 for Ashton Judd. Texas was able to hold on. Buck, the Horns are off to their best start. They're 17-0. Best start for Texas women's basketball since the 85-86 season when they went undefeated and won the national championship. So they're off to a great start. Number 2 in the country right now. Haven't lost a game. They've won 35 straight in Austin. It's a damn good basketball team for Vic Schaefer. And that's going to be your tournament team here in Austin, Texas this year.
You know, what is up with Weaver? I mean, a guy scores 38. He's taller than that little dude who was playing guard. I know, hey, he's not going to do it. He's not going to score any points for you. Might as well let him in the game and let him get 5 fouls. Because he's not going to do anything else. He's not going to score 10 or 15 points in the game. So if he gets 5 fouls, who cares? But you can't let a guy score 38. That's a lot of points.
It's a lot of points. I mean, Kendall Weaver played 32 minutes. He played a bunch in the game.
But he doesn't cover that guy. Is he too big? I mean, who was trying to – was Pope trying to cover that dude?
They were trying all sorts of coverages on Josh Hubbard.
He was just firing balls up after half court.
Right. Yeah.
And he did take a lot of shots. I know he's a volume shooter, dude.
I mean, he shot less than 33% from the floor in the game. He just kept shooting. And he kept getting to the line because the refs were calling everything. And he'd kick out his leg and he'd get 3 free throws because of that. Like, I don't know. It's bad right now. So
don't cross the street. I'm gonna tell you again. Don't cross the street.
Don't cross. I'm gonna play that again. I'm sorry. It's too funny. Sean Miller post game Saturday.
No, I think I told you guys, like a disciplined team, disciplined players. Coached by a disciplined coach and environment and staff, and we have to coach those guys better in those areas. Now, if I tell you not to cross the street, and I keep telling you, and I say, I swear, whatever you do not cross the street. And you do, and the bus hits you. I'm going to take responsibility as your parent. But damn it, how many times do I have to tell you not to cross the street? We got some of that going on.
We got some of that going on, man.
I wish you elaborated, like, hey, what do you mean? Give us some examples, and also who.
And here's the name of the 2 dummies that keep crossing the street.
I know he would never say that. He would never say who, but yeah. I mean, I went and watched. It was like a 22-minute presser, probably 15 for Sean Miller. A couple of players spoke. I think Sean Miller's probably 15, 16 minutes, and I watched the entire thing. I was like so entertained because I want my coach to be real. I don't want coach speak all that. When the team's playing bad, don't just tell me, we're not executing. Like, I can't stand that shit.
We just haven't executed the plays and all that.
The team's playing bad. Like, I need you to be real with me and tell me, hey, what's going on and, like, what can be done about it. And Sean Miller has been very real and open. Now, I prefer him win versus just telling me what's going wrong. But I was entertained, I guess, tuned into that post-game presser late Saturday night. It was a nice change of pace from the typical cliches you get from coaches.
Walk on the side of the road. Do not cross the road, you idiot.
Across the street, idiot.
That's something.
Oh, man. All right. We'll get to the NFL. We haven't talked any NFL yet. The playoffs are set. What a great couple of days of action we had over the weekend, especially that nightcap last night, the back and forth between Pittsburgh and Baltimore.
Speaking of not playing any defense. Wow.
Yeah, no kidding. That fourth quarter defense optional in that one. But before we get to the NFL, Buck, how about another round of sponsor shout outs?
Our friends over at Relax the Back embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise. And folks, my back couldn't be happier. My back feels great today. I'm back in my Relax the Back chair. I sat in a big taco during the weekend because I was lazy, but a bunch of pillows, and my back started to ache. I got back in this chair this morning, and it feels fantastic. Their motto is to live wellness, and you'll be happier if you did. If you go by the Relax the Back store, I'm telling you, if you got some neck, shoulder, back, lumbar area, thoracic pain, if you go by one of the Relax the Back stores and look at some of the accessories they have, I'm not necessarily saying that you have to have a chair, but if you spend a lot of time in front of the computer at your office or at home, a good chair will really, really work for you. And Relax the Back has all the different types of chairs that are available for you at the 2 Relax-A-Back stores. Tempur-Pedic pillows, mattresses. They've got all those wonderful massage chairs. You name it, they've got it there. Something that's going to make you feel good, or somebody that you care about feel good. 2 great locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Also, shout out to Ryan Hurricane Hecht.
Yes, sir.
Your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. Hurricane Hecht has been a personal friend of mine for more than a decade, and he's been fighting for justice and big results for a decade plus. He is the very best at what he does. If you or somebody you know gets injured in a car accident, gets hurt on the job, suffers any kind of personal injury, don't call the jabronis you see on TV. You're not going to get to work with them. They're going to pawn you off on some jabroni, right? Some kid who's just out of law school, has no idea what they are doing. They're too busy filming commercials. With Hurricane Hecht, you get Hurricane Hecht every single time. You call him and he is going to fight for you. He's a great guy. He's compassionate with clients, but he is a junkyard dog in the courtroom, and he's going to fight to get you every dollar that you deserve. If you suffer a personal injury, you're going through enough trying to get your life back on track. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. You need an expert who's going to be there for you. That's Hurricane Hecht. 512-938-8929. That's his phone number. You can find out more online at hechtlawfirm.com. Let Hurricane Hecht blow their case wide open and flood your pockets with cash.
Sweet. Love Hurricane Hecht.
Also, I forgot to crack this open, Buck. Might have to save this for tomorrow.
Ooh, what is that one? Is that new?
I think it's new to me. I think it's been around for a while, but
Does it say banana cream?
got a banana cream OLIPOP.
Wow.
Do a taste test tomorrow morning on this one.
Yeah.
I wanted to be able to enjoy it for the entire show. I forgot I had this sitting next to me.
That chill in the fridge for a night.
Got to. Yeah, it's a little warm now. It's literally been sitting out for the last 2 hours right next to me. The banana cream OLIPOP, one of more than 20 different flavors that they have. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. The easiest New Year's resolution that you can make. Less than 50 calories, only 4 grams of sugar in this entire can, about 9 grams of fiber, and a bunch of other ingredients that support good digestive health. You can enjoy what you're drinking with OLIPOP. Your gut is going to love you as well. So many flavors available everywhere. Any grocery store, any convenience store, you can find OLIPOP.
Sweet.
Get you some. All right, Buck, the NFL playoffs are set. The Dallas Cowboys will not be in them.
Well, we knew that from the beginning.
Kind of did know that from the beginning.
Yeah, we did. We knew that before the season even started.
Like once they traded Micah Parsons, it's like
It's over.
Right. I mean, I don't know if there was much chance before they traded Micah Parsons, but once they got rid of that dude, it's okay. We're focused on 2026. The Houston Texans are in the playoffs, and they will open up next Monday. They get the nightcap of the Super Wild Card weekend. The Texans at the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Houston Texans, Buck, have never won a road playoff game. How crazy is that?
Man.
They usually win the AFC South, so they get to host a first-round game, and they usually win those, and then when they go on the road, they lose in round 2. It's usually how it works, right? The Texans have never been to a conference championship, and they've always had to go on the road for their second game, and they can't win it. Now, wild card weekend, they are 3-point favorites.
That was the opening line. Pittsburgh, brother.
They are going to Pittsburgh for that first-round game, thanks to Pittsburgh winning that thriller against Baltimore last night. How you feel about the Texans' chances?
I like their chances. I like their chances. Offensively, they play. If what I saw Pittsburgh's defense last night, where they don't cover people, there'll be all kinds of Texans running through that secondary, and that defense will be all over Aaron Rodgers. I didn't see enough from Pittsburgh. That was so sloppy a game. The Ravens couldn't cover them. They couldn't cover. There's just no coverage.
Well, it was weird. I mean, it was a defensive – like neither team could do anything offensively for 3 quarters, and then in the fourth quarter, it was just nobody could get stops.
I just don't understand how the guys get so wide open.
Right. Like it felt like every touchdown in the fourth quarter was going to be a game winner, right? Like the Ravens had that It was 13-10 going into the fourth, Buck. The Ravens get that long touchdown to Zay Flowers, the first long touchdown to Zay Flowers. They go up 17-13, and I'm like, that might be it.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if Pittsburgh's going to be able to score a touchdown in this game. That might be enough to win. And then Pittsburgh marches down the field, and they score a touchdown. And it's like, okay, that's got to be it. Like, there's no way Baltimore can get lucky again. There's not going to be a coverage bust like that. And then 3 plays, 73 yards, Baltimore scores a touchdown. And I'm like, okay, that's got to be it.
Yeah,
and then Pittsburgh scores a touchdown. And then Baltimore gets into field goal range, and then they miss a gimme.
I know. How's the cold going to affect the Texans? That's because it's going to be stinking cold. Is that a night tilt?
Monday night. And the Steelers, by the way, have won 23 straight Monday night home games.
Right.
I think all of those have been in the regular season, so this one a different beast. But Pittsburgh has been nearly impossible to beat. So, hey, streaks are made to be broken.
That doesn't sound like you. You're a numbers guy.
0 road playoff wins in franchise history for Houston, and Pittsburgh's won 23 straight home Monday night games. So I don't know. Like I'm going to pick the Texans to win because I think they're better. I think the Texans are catching a break here by playing Pittsburgh instead of Baltimore. I just feel like Lamar Jackson is better than Aaron Rodgers. And like that Ravens team has more talent than the Steelers team does. And I just feel like that would have been a tougher team for the Texans to go beat.
Pittsburgh gets the receiver comes back. He's off of his suspension, right?
Yeah. DK Metcalf will return for this game. I just think about what Pittsburgh did against Cleveland last week, where Myles Garrett, who broke the record yesterday for most sacks in a single season. He's obviously a monster, but Aaron Rodgers was so scared of Myles Garrett and the Browns pass rush. He was horrible in that game.
Yeah, he was worried about him breaking the sack record, and that's all he was looking out for the entire game.
It felt that way.
Hey, he's got guys on both sides now.
Right. The Texans have the best pass rush in the league as a team. So I don't think the Steelers' offensive line is that good. Baltimore's pass rush sucks. And Aaron Rodgers, the last time he played against a very good defense that got a consistent pass rush, he looked like he was 80 years old. Forget 40.
Yeah, I think he'll struggle.
I feel good about the Texans' defense carrying them to a win. It'll be a struggle for the Texans' offense because most of this year has been. But I don't think Aaron Rodgers and company, even with DK Metcalf returning, I don't think they're good enough against Houston's defense.
And that gave you some hope of what you saw out of Pittsburgh's secondary last night.
Yeah, it did. No, you're right. It did. Derrick Henry had some big runs too. Now the Texans don't have a Derrick Henry. Nobody does.
Those dudes didn't want to tackle that guy. It was cold. Oh my God. They were like, no thanks.
And
those are real business decisions.
Right. You know what I could think about last night? It's Tyler Loop, the rookie, missed that 44-yard field goal. Wasn't even close. That would have got Baltimore into the playoffs. They cut their kicker for being horny 10 years ago. You think they regret cutting Justin Tucker, the greatest kicker in NFL history?
Wow.
For allegedly being horny a decade ago. I think they wish they had him last night.
Pushed to the right, and it wasn't even close.
Not even close. Oh, after Boswell, the Steelers kicker missed the extra point.
No.
You thought he was going to be the GOAT, the bad GOAT. And then instead, he's off the hook because the Ravens kicker just totally shanked.
Now, that Ravens kicker's a rookie, right?
Rookies. Had a pretty good year. Just no one cares about that now.
No, nobody cares about that at all. You didn't give us in the playoffs. You missed the damn field goal.
I'm not a Ravens fan. I'd rather have a kicker who likes a nice R&T who can make that kick than one who can't.
Oh, my goodness.
So, by the way.
When it leaves a little something behind.
Right. By the way, speaking of history, the Houston Texans have been in the wild card round 8 times. This will be their 9th. This is the first time they're not playing in the Saturday afternoon window. The Texans have every time they've made it to this round of the playoffs, they have played in the first game.
That's right.
Of Super Wild Card Weekend, and now they're moving to Monday. So congrats to the Texans fans who always got that, hey, you're not very good and your fan base isn't that big and we don't care about you very much. So we're just.
Now you got the Monday night slot.
Yeah. Thanks to the Carolina Panthers for making the playoffs. That's the first game. It's the Rams and the Panthers on Saturday.
Dude, that Monday night in Pittsburgh is going to be so damn cold.
It will be cold.
Oh.
Yeah. Should we do an early weather check
Yeah, check out the weather for Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Not too bad. Next Monday,
40.
35 is the high. 28
Oh,
is the low.
35 is the high.
I'm seeing a little sunshine, though. I'm not seeing some snow. You can deal with that. You can deal with 33, 30.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers still has the, even though he lives there now, he has the, and has been in that weather. That still sucks for an old man.
Yeah, it does.
Especially when you're worried about guys coming from not just one side, but from both sides and in the middle.
I'm feeling good about the Texans there. So the playoffs are set. Again, there's your Texans game. They're the one Texas team that's represented. Your other first-round games, Rams at Panthers. Panthers actually beat LA in week 13 in Carolina. So I think most people assume the Rams are going to win that, but not so fast, my friend, in the words of Lee Corso. You've got Packers at Bears, one of the best rivalries in football. How about that for a wild card game? That's Saturday night. Your 3 Sunday games, Bills at Jaguars, 49ers at Eagles, Chargers at Patriots. You're yawning, so I guess you hate these games. And then your Monday night game, Texans at the Steelers.
I got the Jags to win their game.
That's a good one right there. Buffalo at Jacksonville. And God, all 3 of those Sunday games are pretty intriguing. 49ers at Eagles that's awesome. The winner of that game could win the NFC. It could win the Super Bowl. I mean, they're the last 2 NFC representatives in the Super Bowl.
Right.
That's a conference championship feeling wild card game right there. And then Chargers, Patriots. I'm not a huge believer in Justin Herbert against good teams. I think he just beats up on bad teams, and whenever he has to play in big games against great defenses, he struggles. But we'll see. New England, obviously, it's Drake May's first playoff game, and it's been a while since they've been there. So I don't know. I think every game is pretty intriguing. The Rams-Panthers game kind of sucks because the Panthers are 8-9 and they're hosting a playoff game. It's ridiculous. But again, Carolina did beat LA a month ago. So maybe that game is better than we might think early on.
Yeah, that's exciting next week. There's a lot to watch.
Yeah, there is. And congrats to the Las Vegas Raiders who have clinched the #1 pick.
Yeah.
In the NFL draft. They are on the clock.
They're on the University of Indiana clock right now.
Yeah. And because they beat Kansas City, they actually had the #1 pick wrapped up before they even played yesterday. Because they beat the Chiefs now have a top 10 pick in the draft. Way to go, everyone.
Man, yeah, give them some more firepower.
Exactly. So there you go. Yep. Vegas, the Jets, Arizona, Tennessee, New York Giants. Those are your top 5 picks in the NFL draft. And boy, the Giants had a chance to be #1, and then they effed around and won 2 games at the end of the year.
Yeah, what was that all about? You know, Jackson Dart, pretty good player.
Yeah, they don't need a quarterback, but you still want to have a high pick because you could trade to somebody who does need a quarterback.
Yes, you do.
You could pick up a bunch of draft capital when you do something like that.
You're right about that.
Look, I don't like the Giants. I feel for Wags because he's a Giants fan. But, yeah, there you go. There's your NFL headlines. Any early thoughts on your Super Bowl predictions?
For some reason, I'm thinking Philly's going to be right back at it again.
Okay.
I like Philly up, and I also like the Rams.
Okay, well, I
don't want to believe, BK. I don't want to believe that the New England Patriots are for real. I don't want that to start happening again. But they're pretty good.
Yeah, the AFC is very confusing to me because I just don't know if I believe in Denver. I don't believe in Denver. I don't believe in any of the division winners. Right? I have to, but I don't trust Denver yet. I don't trust New England yet. I will never trust Jacksonville. I don't think Pittsburgh's any good. I know Buffalo is the 6th seed, but God, doesn't it feel like this is their time?
Yeah, but I want to keep saying that, and on the other side, I want to keep saying that the 49ers are too banged up, but damn, can they play good. When they're playing good, even with their backups, they're tough.
Yeah.
Purdy's playing pretty good.
I think the NFC is better than the AFC. I just have more confidence in those teams. And, the AFC, it's always been the Chiefs. I think this is the first time since 2018.
If they would have just made it in, I would have picked them.
Right. I think most people would have too. I think it's the first time since 2018 that the Chiefs or the Bengals will not be representing the AFC in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I would have picked if the Chiefs were even in it, no matter how banged up they are, or somebody's hurt, or this guy's not going to play, or this tackle's screwed up, or they don't have a running back, I would have picked them.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of people would have done the same there too. All right, one more funny piece of, actually two more funny pieces of audio here for the people. You know, we spent some time talking about that spectacular Ravens-Steelers Sunday night game. What a way to put a bow on the 2025 NFL regular season. Mike Tomlin, after the game, was asked, you got the question in there too, so you can hear how it's worded, but he was basically asked, like, what would have happened if Tyler Loop made that field goal and you guys lost? Here was the back and forth.
That kick, season's over, comes to a screeching halt, and missing that kick and the winter going on.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
I'm glad that expression
Oh, that was
exists.
great.
I feel like, cancel culture, maybe a lot of people are a little scared to say something like that.
That is
kick,
awesome.
Season's over, comes to a screeching halt, and missing that kick and the winter going on.
You know how it is. If my aunt had male parts, she'd be my uncle.
That is great.
And that was the last question and answer of the entire press conference, too. My aunt had male parts. She'd be my uncle. And then
Great
everyone,
job,
there's
that's
like kind of
awesome.
like a quiet chuckle from a couple of members of the press. It's probably people
Because
thought
they
it
were
was
afraid. They
hilarious.
were afraid I would have fallen on the floor laughing.
Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to keep it in that
Oh, no.
situation. I think I would have just lost it. And some folks are like, "Wait, I can't laugh too loud. I don't want to get."
Somebody's going to know. Somebody's going to report that I was the one just making all the noise laughing.
These people.
Well, they
know
would have had to
my-
report me because I would have been on the floor laughing.
So funny. Great answer. It's hey, don't ask me a hypothetical question like that unless you want an answer like that. But
Absolutely.
I'm glad that question was asked, and I'm glad Mike Tomlin answered it the way he did. Last bit of audio here. This is from Jason Kidd, Buck, the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. We've got another question and answer here. He was asked, Cooper Flagg having a great rookie season for the Mavs. But he was asked about a rookie wall. Like Cooper Flagg's a thing in every sport, right? A rookie hits a bit of a wall midway through the season. They're playing more games than they've ever played at a higher level than they've ever played. So Jason Kidd was asked kind of, how do you get Cooper Flagg through the rookie wall? And I'm not really sure he was talking about basketball here.
The rookie wall. You've been there. How, in your conversations with him, how can you help him kind of get through that process?
He's got to touch it. He's got to rub it and hold it. He's got to embrace it. That's just a mental thing. For the great ones, they touch it. They don't run from it. They find a way to go over it or through it or around it because it's not going to move. And so for him, it's just understanding that, embracing it, and just like playing point guard, it's going to be uncomfortable. But he's responded in a positive way. He's going to find a way to get off the rookie wall.
Hey, just feel it and touch it and measure it.
Let me go ahead and read the quote there. He's got to touch it. He's got to rub it and hold it. He's got to embrace it. That's just a mental thing. For the great ones, they touch it. They don't run from it. They find a way to go over it or through it or around it because it's not going to move.
Can't be afraid of it. You got to go attack it. According
to Jason Kidd, the biggest way to get over a rookie wall is having your head coach teaching you how to jerk off. That apparently is the way to prevent hitting that rookie wall. I mean, what is he saying? Touch it, rub it, hold it, embrace it. The great ones, they touch it.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Jason. I don't know. Now I know how you handled it.
Go through it or
hope everybody's not having to touch it. And I mean, well, you have to touch it at times. I mean, I don't have to embrace it and measure it, and make it jump over the wall.
It's not going to move. It's not going to move. It's going to be there. So just go ahead. The great ones embrace it. The great ones rub it. The great ones
go through
it. Yeah, they finish it. It's no problem right there. It is no problem.
This is a man finishing another man, right? And I don't know if you should be punished for that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You should not be punished for that. All right, let's bring on the boys from Chaos.
Your coaches, BK.
Yeah.
Your coaches and owners of your teams are just something.
How about
Smack
that?
it up, flip it, rub it down. Oh, no.
Yeah, have y'all ever heard that from a basketball coach? Like, rub it,
Hey, whatever works, man.
A little Bill Bib DeVoe going on.
Honestly, it feels that way.
Call me great, buddy. Call me great.
Dude, wait till you hear the Sean Miller stuff that BK has, guys. That is awesome. Sean Miller's not afraid to call his guys dumb.
Wish the football coach would do that.
Whatever works.
Yeah,
right?
We'll see if it works for Sean Miller in basketball. But yeah, no, a little bit of a difference from what we usually get from Coach Sarkisian from Sean Miller there. He calls it like he sees it. He's not happy with his team, but he also has taken a ton of accountability, and he knows it's on him. Again, this guy's been coaching for a long time. He knows how this industry works, but he's definitely frustrated right now, as I think most of us are watching this basketball
team.
You keep
crossing that street. I tell him, don't cross that street. Wags. But that kid, I tell him, don't cross over there. I don't care why the chicken crossed the road. I know he wants to get on the other side, but Sean Miller's like, don't get on the other side. Don't cross the road. And they keep doing it.
I'm playing it. I'm playing it again. One last time. It's too good. Sean Miller post game after the overtime loss to Mississippi State.
No, it's I think I told you guys, like a disciplined team, disciplined players, coached by a disciplined coach and environment and staff. And we have to coach those guys better in those areas. Now, if I tell you not to cross the street, and I keep telling you, and I say, I swear, whatever you do not cross the street. And you do, and the bus hits you. I'm going to take responsibility as your parent. But damn it, how many times do I have to tell you not to cross the street? We got some of that going on.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got some of that going on.
Dad's going to be upset tomorrow against Tennessee. So,
it'd be great. Hopefully they come out with a fire under their ass and they pull off an upset on the road and get the season turned around a little bit. They need to start stacking some resume building wins because right now they don't have much of a resume, gentlemen.
Well, and I like that he's doing that because what it's doing, it's really letting the 8 Texas baseball or basketball fans, including you, BK, know
that's right. There's 9.
Truly where this team is. I mean, if he's over here blowing smoke up everybody's skirt, talking about how that, we're right there. We're right there. I mean, that kind of stuff right there tells me we ain't even close.
He's just saying we're dumb. Our coaches are coaching things I want them to coach and nobody's listening yet. We got to keep on doing it. But I'm going to tell you, he's letting you know that they're coaching the right thing. He just got some knuckleheads that keep doing the same exact things over and over and over.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if he replaces them, or does he have anybody to replace them with?
Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, and you're missing some pretty vital pieces at this point. So we'll see if they get that in order. But hey, did y'all see Jaden Blue running the ball yesterday?
Oh yeah, he ran hard.
My man, in
like a running back.
Yeah, in the first half, they're ready to call him a Pro Bowler.
They were all over him, weren't they?
Then Dak went out.
Yeah, and then that was it. Yeah, the Joe Milton experience is not one that I need any more of.
Come on, don't write it off just yet.
God, the Cowboys have a knack for trading for quarterbacks with a ton of potential. They're not good, Trey Lance. They're not good, Joe Milton. But God, you see their arm? You see how far they could throw the football?
Yeah.
We have to give up
one in every 15 plays they do something.
We have to give up a draft pick to get those guys. We can't be without them. We need them on our team.
Can't let anybody else take them.
Can't let anybody. No. I mean, did you watch the Chargers? You watch Trey Lance play for the Chargers? I can't believe the Cowboys let him go.
No kidding.
Yeah. It's like when those dudes kick 90-yard field goals on TikTok. It's like, no rush. Nobody coming at him.
Right. Yeah, Tyler Loop is telling you, man, Tugger would have been good yesterday.
Oh, man.
Rubbing Tugger.
You missed that dude last night.
I'm telling you, man. The guy was horny 10 years ago. He could still kick the football. I want him on that wall.
You think he's still kicking in the backyard somewhere?
I don't know. I think it strikes me as he's probably so pissed off at football that he doesn't even want to see the damn football anymore, or what. I don't know what's going on with Tugger nuts anymore.
I think he's he also has a suspension. Like if he
he can't be around any.
He's done.
He just can't roll back in there.
Like, is that a massage joke? Like a massage roller?
Well, he had no problem with the rookie wall.
No. He went around it.
He was letting other people tug it and embrace it, and
oh my God,
all of those great things. 2-hour chaos theory today, guys. Thanks for doing it. What's on the docket?
Got a little bit of individual accolades for NFL. Going to go over Rookie of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, MVP, Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, shit like that.
There we go.
Yeah. All right, that good stuff.
All right, boys, listen, have a great one. I'm going to go. Speaking of rub and whatever, I got to go get stretched right now.
Oh
boy!
I'm headed to the stretch zone. My Monday stretch.
Go ahead and Facebook Live that for the people.
No, the lady that does the stretching, she's an Aggie. She got me last time after that. Last time I saw her was after the win. And boy, my knee was sore for like 2 weeks.
Oh, that's how good it was. You felt it in your knee.
Dang.
Yeah, she got me back. I knew she was going to get me. Yeah.
Nice.
Y'all have a good one, man.
Later,
Bug. Later, man.
Who the hell is Jeff Ward?
Jeff Ward is he was a kicker at UT, All-American kicker in the early 80s. He's now he's been a radio star. You can catch him on the LBJ station, the AM station, sports talk guy. He's a hell of a kicker.
The dude that's with Ed.
Yeah, he's a guy with Ed.
Gotcha.
Yeah. He was a hell of
Ed.
a kicker. That guy, he made some big time kicks in his day. That was like I think he was on the Playboy All-American team back in the day.
What, did he get to go to the mansion?
I think he got to go to the mansion. Yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
I mean, just to see the grotto, just to go see that grotto. Yeah, we had one hell of a weekend, my guy. What's your takeaway from it? The NFL coming down to the last play of the game to decide which team would be our last entry into the playoff.
Here's my first takeaway on the weekend. I know why I don't go out in public. I went out in public Saturday night, and the pollen got me, buddy. And like Saturday night and Sunday, dude, headaches, eyes, all of this. I'm like, this is why I stay home. This is why I stay secluded. That's what I got out of the weekend.
Just everything popping off on you, making all your alarms go off and shit.
My gums were all swollen and eyes watering, ears popping. It was horrible.
I don't really get the gums. My ears pop a lot when I go out, and then my eyes just get blistered as soon as I walk outside. I mean, almost peppered, man, as soon as I walk out, especially when the oak and pollen's supposed to get up here in what, 2 weeks or so. I should be in hell by that time.
Well, and apparently what I did wrong was I went out Saturday morning and played 9 holes of golf, and that was fine. I mean, it was early.
Where'd you play it?
I played in Taylor at Mustang Creek, little 9-hole course. Man, I was hell on the par threes, dude. I was hell on the par threes. Not so much.
That's all it is par threes, isn't it?
No, they've got one. I think there's 2 par threes on there, and there's a couple of par fives.
Oh, my bad. I'm assuming that since it's just 9 holes, it's all a par 3 course. So.
Yeah, no. And then we went out. I had bought this excursion for my wife in downtown Austin, so we were out all night, breathing all that shit in. It was horrible.
Rob, I'm getting hit with it too, man.
Oh,
Cedar is absolutely crushing me right about now, man. I can't even breathe half the time.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And I'm like, man, this is a sign of getting old. I've been here all my freaking life, and I never had this problem.
I've never taken allergy medicine at all, but there's like over the counter and Zyrtec or some shit like that my wife's friend, she told me to check them out. I took 1 pill, it cleared me up. I don't know if I'm gonna be chewing these pills like candy or whatever, but I'm telling you, if you need something out there or any type of relief quickly, maybe look into Zyrtec or some shit like that. If you guys are having
that's where I messed up last night, because I took all this stuff during the day, and so then I go to bed, and sorry I missed y'all. I really did. I had the phone on silent and I didn't even
you were
look at
sleeping.
It. No, I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't sleeping. And dude, then I couldn't go to sleep because I had all this whatever that I'd been taking all day. Couldn't sleep. I slept like 3 hours last night. Horrible.
That's no bueno, man. Sorry you had such a rough night. Well, we had a great slate of football, college and NFL. Where do you want to go first, bud?
Dude, I think this NFL you have to dig into, right? It's like down to the wire, to where you had so many implications that were happening yesterday, and boom, here we go. It comes down to the last second to get our playoff field set. And here we are. Welcome to the party, Pittsburgh. Damn, and they're still not going to get a quarterback.
They're probably going to be a one and done, right? I don't think that they're going to make any type of march into the playoff here. Tomlin's probably going to get a contract for 5 more years, and they'll be in, football purgatory. Something's got to happen with Arthur. Arthur Smith needs to go. Like, it's just bad football, right? It's inconsistent. Ryan Clark said it best, or was it Ryan Clark? No, it was not Rodney Clark. Rodney Harrison said it best.
Oh yeah.
It's been just too inconsistent for the Steelers, right? It's been too up and down, and also without a wide receiver that can stretch the defense vertically or just win on the outside. Their run game isn't strong enough, and they can't keep doing slip screens with Gainwell to get first downs. The Ravens defense isn't the caliber of defense that are in the AFC playoffs right now. Like the Ravens defense was a shell of themselves, if everybody wants to be completely honest this year, right? Absolute abysmal defense. So were the Steelers too. The Steelers pass defense was not that great either, right? Somebody had to win. The de facto winner for the NFL, the AFC North just happens to be the Steelers, and it did come down to the last play last. In all telling of the AFC turnout, right? The AFC North turnout, we had to wait for a de facto winner because someone missed the kick. Wasn't that somebody just won? Somebody just failed to win, and that was the Steelers.
It's fitting that it ended like that. And, Gainwell was great last night, but that's not a dude that's going to,
take do that every week. You can't do that in the playoffs.
No,
you can't carry them in the playoffs like that.
Absolutely not. I mean, that team really doesn't have an offensive identity. And I guess the Aaron Rodgers thing worked because it got you to where you have been. But still, if you're a Steelers fan, you got to bottom out somewhere, right?
What was Rodgers' stats this year? Did it work? I mean, did his play supersede the?
It did mine. I didn't think that.
Did his play supersede the downfall of the defense?
I think it did, but a lot of that was the division coming to him, because at the beginning of the year, I'm like, Cincinnati should just roll through this division or Baltimore should roll through this division, closely followed by Cincinnati. But then reality hits, life hits, like they say. You have all the injuries, and Burrow goes down, and then Lamar goes down. And I think that they were good enough. They were good enough
Rodney,
to get it done.
He's a top 15 quarterback.
He was.
Looking at the stats, he's 15th in the league in terms of yards production, 24 touchdowns to 7 interceptions.
I've said it a couple of times this year, Wags, to where
and I didn't think he was that good. I thought he was a lot worse than that. I wasn't paying attention that much to Rodgers' stats this year. That's better than Jalen Hurts. Look better than Lamar Jackson. Better numbers than Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I've said it a couple of times to where I've had a new little respect for him that he has been able to make plays happen, and he's kept that team relevant, and here they are again. And the dude can still make plays. He just can't make the dynamic, the footwork and the speed and all that is gone.
Right. He's lost that step. He's lost the Superman ability to where he can get outside the pocket and scramble and put the belt on, right? Flex when he gets into the end zone and gets the belt. So did you hear the question last night in the post game where he kind of got a little bit of emotional, and then the follow-up question was, does that mean you're riding off into the sunset? He was a little bit reluctant to answer that, right? Took a little bit of a step back, took a little bit of a hiccup, and then he was just like, no, fumbled a little bit with it. And he just started to, point a parallel that it was just such a hard up and down season for the Steelers. And, he just relied so much on these guys, and he's very grateful for the guys to kind of have his back and get him into the playoffs and help him play playoff football for the first time in a couple of seasons. So I mean, you read the writing on the wall, whatever's there. If, you do think he's going to exit stage right, but with the age that he's in, you'd like to think that, all right, this probably was the last year. Right. And in terms of what I heard, after that question, I felt like he was ready to leave, and he just doesn't want to tip the hat and say, hey, my football is done. Maybe there is one more year or 2 more years left in Aaron Rodgers, but I think the great ones want to go out on top, right? Ultimately want to go out on top, and if mediocre play, and I mean, top 15 in the league is still pretty decent, especially in the era of quarterback disparity, right? But still, how much more does Aaron Rodgers want to play mediocre football instead of MVP football, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. Can you call 20? Can you call 24 touchdowns in 7 interceptions mediocre football?
I think that's
pretty impressive.
That's over
right?
average. Yeah, that's over average. And what I do like about Rodgers this year is that we saw, especially with all the distractions and with the Mike Tomlin talk and the fan base outraged and chanting "Fire Tomlin." He was very much a team guy. He never made it about himself. I mean, he emphatically defended the coach and said that the team needed to get better and put some stuff on him, which that was a different Aaron Rodgers to me.
It sounds like he's starting to like Aaron Rodgers.
I kind of, like I said, there's a new respect for the guy. And I got to tell you, I think that was one of the things where this worked well because we knew going in that
it worked well, and I did not think it was going to work well.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it was the respect factor between the two, to where it was like Rodgers truly respects Mike Tomlin, and he was going to do everything that he could to get him to the playoffs. And here they are. But they're playing the Texans in the wild card. Can they beat the Texans? The Texans defense is the best defense. Oh, I say that, but is Cleveland really the best defense? Well, they need a head coach because Kevin Stefanski got fired already. So
yeah,
Black Monday.
I guess we got the coaching carousel to kind of go around to and talk about too today.
Can we still say Black Monday? I think that's what they call it.
Why can't you? What?
Oh, okay.
So here's the Cleveland Browns defense is immaculate, right? I mean, they got probably defensive rookie of the year on that defense, followed up by defensive rookie of the year runner-up with Graham, maybe. Schlessinger's fantastic. And then you got defensive player of the year, right? Myles Garrett. What's going on with Cleveland?
Yeah.
What is sack leader? NFL sack leader Myles Garrett with rookie of the year, potential runner-up rookie of the year. Like, what the hell is going on with Cleveland here?
The clown show on the other side of the on the other side of the ball.
I'm not talking about Shedeur Sanders, okay?
Yeah, no, that really is. When you look at that resume of that Cleveland defense, it's like, how are they not even in the hunt?
Offense,
not even close.
Offense.
That's the whole thing. I mean, figure that out. And I mean, who are they going to get now? I mean, Cleveland back to the drawing board. I'm sure that that you would think that would be like a lucrative destination with everything you just read off right there. All you got to do is get in there and get half-assed.
They're like a couple of pieces away, man. I say that reluctantly because they are the Browns, and the Browns find the way to kind of mess everything up. But to be able to be in this position after the Deshaun Watson trade, and you're still being able to build up your defense. Your defense is immaculate. It is absolutely immaculate. If they could get off the field at times, they would probably be the number 1 defense in the league. All right. The Texans are, though. All right. And Pittsburgh's got their hands full this coming up weekend with the wild card, bitches.
I heard the guys talking before, or Bucky and BK talking before us, that the whole thing about it's going to be cold, it's going to be all this, that, and the other. But Aaron Rodgers, man, he's going to need some of that old magic next Monday.
He don't give a shit about the cold. I honestly think the cold favors Pittsburgh more than it does the Texans, right?
That offense or that defense is going to get after that dude. I mean, he better hit whatever he does to get himself ready, because that defense is going to come out salivating to get to him. I think Houston rolls in this game, to be honest with you, Wags, and good for Houston not playing the early game. They're always that first game.
Yeah, of course, we're giving you just a little bit of the sneak peek of the playoffs here, but we'll come back and talk more in detail and more in depth. But yeah, we got to be a little bit of exciting, right? We got our playoff, landscape absolutely, laid out now and solidified. Took the last play of the game to get it there, but we got it, man. Yeah. I'm gonna say Steelers are probably one and done, right? Like, I don't even think they get past the Texans here. Nice little draw for the Texans to be able to have to wait to get the Steelers and have them come down to Houston. But yeah, man, unreal, dude.
I saw a stat earlier this month where in this losing streak of Pittsburgh in the playoffs that they've been in, with Mike Tomlin being one and done, that they have trailed by, I think, at least.
Excuse me. They're Houston's going up to Steel City, if I'm correct.
It's over there. Yeah, it's over there. So I think I saw that.
Steelers are the 4, which is wild. Steelers are the 4.
Yeah. Each one of these games, the Steelers have like trailed by 13 at least in all of these games that they've been bounced in the playoffs. I don't think it's any different. I mean, Houston has a tendency for letdowns, but I don't think you let down here with this defense. And the offense is kind of coming to life a little bit. But
I don't even know if I can say it's coming to life just yet. It feels like the Texans offense, regardless, it feels like they are able to make I'm giving an analogy here. Shit out of make a treasure out of shit or something like that. Remember the busted play? They find a way to get into the end zone on busted plays and stuff like that. I think the Texans will be able to kind of limp past the Steelers here, but ultimately after that, I think it's going to be kind of a test of their might if they got to go up against the Bills or the Jaguars. So.
Yeah, Bills, Jaguars, Patriots.
Bills, Jaguars are better than both of these teams, right? Bills and Jaguars are better than the Texans or the Steelers, in my opinion. So,
Jaguars and Texans, man, it's like
Texans can be scary because if the offense does kind of catch sail, right, and kind of get on the same pace and get on the same good foot of the defense, then sure, then I can give them a little bit of a breath of fresh air in the playoffs here, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
I still think if I were a Texans fan, I would want that running back that's actually going to be able to take the game and control it for you. I mean, it's been a great job. It's kind of been a running back by committee for them.
Well, I mean, it has to be, right. You don't want to get Chubb hurt. That's the thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing with that. So I don't know. Houston, I think they get by here, but again, they just don't have enough on the other side of the ball. I mean, it's gotten better, but you can't live on that defense against the rest of the field in the AFC, because that's some damn good offenses that you're going to be going up against, and some good defenses. I mean, the Patriots, the Broncos, you're going to run into some shit there, and you're going to have to be able to score some points. I
know we gave our votes for the superlatives yesterday, but I think I am reneging and changing my MVP vote. Because I gave you my vote halfway through the game, right? Yeah. I didn't really wait until all of the 18 weeks of NFL football to kind of, make.
You gonna pick Aaron Rodgers now?
I think I might jump on the Aaron Rodgers train here. No, man, but we'll get to that. Just a little bit of a tease. We'll get to that in just a little bit here. But yeah, I think I'm changing. I think I'm going with a different direction for my MVP.
Yeah. So speaking of the game last night, so you kind of had that as well with the Buccaneers and the Panthers, to where it's like you're watching these guys play and it's like somebody
another you have to wait for somebody else to decide who's going to win that team or decide who's going to win that division, right?
And that was where Atlanta dictated what happened.
Right.
I mean, it's like
you got Panthers fans, giving high fives to Falcons fans as they're leaving the stadium, right? Because the Falcons were able to beat the Saints last night. Or yesterday rather. Just we sit here and bitch about the NFL and where it's at, but I mean the parity's there, right? I mean, we had two teams in the NFC waiting to get in and two teams in the AFC waiting to get in until the last week of football. So, or hell, even the last play of football. I'd say the parity's there. Quarterback play, can we get better quarterback play? Sure, absolutely. If we got to, ask, an old man to come back after 5 years to come, sling the football only 15 yards because you can't get it, down the field any further than that. I think the league is in a little bit of a bind in terms of quarterback play. So how do they remedy that? I would talk to some of these coaches that, with the pro style in college football and maybe see if you can get them developed just a little bit more. I don't think that's ever going to happen, though. Pandora's box been ripped wide open. We all know that.
And Wags, the difference is like with college football, we sit here, with the committee picking these teams and we get the 12 teams and blah, 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 blah. The NFL just plays itself out. You look at the NFC South and, folks like with the East, they're like, well, Dallas isn't East, whatever, with Washington and the Giants and Philadelphia. Look at the NFC South. Those are South teams. Carolina, New Orleans, Atlanta. I mean, those are your South teams. And it just plays itself out. And that's where it's the system. That's just what happens. And that's where you're comfortable with that because it's not people in a room saying, well, I think Carolina should be in because they beat whatever and Atlanta, this, that, and the other. It just plays itself out. It plays itself out. Yes, Carolina's probably going to get boat race this weekend, but still, they got in, and it is what it is, right? I mean, it always.
I think the Buccaneers are better than the Panthers. Yes, is that what you're asking me? Ultimately,
yeah. Okay.
I mean, the Buccaneers are better than the Panthers. Absolutely.
Yeah. And like at the end of the year, like if this was a committee thing, I'm like, well, Atlanta may deserve to represent the South because they were all right there in a bundle. So it's like they finish on a great streak and fire the head coach and GM yesterday, by the way.
Yeah, Atlanta is cleaning house. All right. They are going with a different direction completely. Is it too little too late? Absolutely. This should have been done 2 years ago. Or hell, even 4 years. Like everything should have been gutted, a couple of years ago after the Dan Quinn thing, right? But they're still allowed a little bit of that foundation kind of reside and sit there. And now, kind of put them in. You're wasting the best years of probably the best running back in all the land. So I don't know. Hopefully that, too little too late, sure, but at least they're making the right moves. But hot Atlanta, just got real hot as they're starting to fire everybody in their organization. Buccaneers did take the win over the Panthers on Saturday there, but it was too little too late for them as well, as they had to wait and watch the Atlanta Falcons kind of, solve their playoff scheme here, and it was riddled out, and sure enough, the Saints weren't able to help out the Buccaneers, and the Panthers did win by default, or I guess we have a de facto winner there for the NFC South. Any surprises or thoughts from the Saturday and Sunday slates?
Hey, think about this part. So New Orleans, they kind of went on a run too. When you look at the South standings, hell, New Orleans wasn't that far out when it was.
Dude, I was ready to solidify the offensive rookie of the year too, but I mean, Shook,
yeah, man, I told you, that dude,
the dude can play, and maybe New Orleans have found their quarterback right now. I know Shook isn't exactly on everybody's marker as QB1 or was QB1 coming out of college, but I mean, hell. You get with the right regime, and you get. I mean, maybe Kellen Moore is the right guy for this dude. Maybe helps him develop just a little bit there, huh?
I think it's one of those things to where just in the discombobulated system that is the New Orleans Saints right now, to where things happen and crazy things happen. They may have stupidly found their quarterback somehow. Where you go back and
we all thought it was going to be. I mean, of course, we all thought it was going to be Spencer Rattler. I'm kind of dumbfounded that Spencer Rattler hasn't blossomed and matured into the quarterback that we thought he was going to be from Last Chance U or whatever the hell that show was on Netflix or whatever. But yeah, Tyler Shook, I think this dude has. I mean, with the pieces that he is able to work with, and I guess the success that he's able to kind of have with those pieces, right? You'd like to think you put a little bit of more around it, you put some more talent around. Hell, you got yourself one hell of a nice offensive line with Banks, right? You build around that just a little bit more, and now these young studs start to blossom into stalwarts here, and the Saints might be able to run this division.
They got their dude. Yeah, they got their guy. I mean, because it's right there. I mean, everybody's in a clump. But the two things that I took out of the NFL weekend was, number one, with Philadelphia. So Philadelphia, if they would have tried to win that game yesterday, they rested everybody. They could have improved their playoff seeding. They apparently are pretty confident that they're going to be able to do something here in the NFC, because they pulled all those dudes. They went and they let the Commanders beat them. And so that tells me, if I'm the rest of the NFC, I'm a little worried about what might be going on in Philadelphia, because this is when they wake up, Wags. We see it firsthand year after year. This is when Philadelphia finds ways to win.
I think it's good you mentioned that. I think the rest actually served them better than actually trying to play out and get a better position, get a better spot.
Yeah,
they got to play the 49ers
anyway. Yeah.
How do you feel about the 49ers?
The 49ers, man, I've been a believer in the 49ers, but I keep thinking that at some point the cracks in the armor and the duct tape and what's that thing that you put on the boat where the dude's out there sailing and he's got a big hole and you put that black tape on there? Flex seal. I think it's
like that. Seal tape
going to fall off, Wags. And it may have been this past weekend. It may have been this past weekend that the Flex Seal's starting to rip off and they're going to come back down to life. So I just
are like San Francisco, in spite of all the battle of attrition that they have had to deal with, they are still in position. Hell, they're in the playoffs, right? I mean, shit, they're in one of the toughest divisions, the NFC West. You know, they were able to kind of be the third team out of that one. Look, it's a testament of Shano and his ability to kind of scheme and get people in the right spots, and just have a game, just coming up with a different game plan week in and week out. To find somebody to be able to go with your spell quarterback with Mac Jones, to be able to kind of keep this thing alive with that dude kind of being the field general there, and then doing whatever you can until just doggy paddle it until Brock Purdy was able to come back, man. There's really no weapons there for San Francisco. Everybody, like, down the middle, Kittle is still fantastic, but he gets banged up and hit, right? And then they insert Tonges, right? Tonges in spell of Kittle, and he's able to make Tonges a decent tight end. Now, I'm not saying that Tonges is going to be tight end number one, but it's maybe it's just the system of Shano, man. And Purdy is able to orchestrate that thing pretty damn well. And I don't want to sit here and count him out, but I just don't feel like San Francisco's got the tools or got the Joes to kind of mess with Sirianni's scrubs at this point.
Yeah, I just think that Philadelphia is going to get really aggressive, and you'll see some semblance of offense come out of them. And then the Rams and Seattle are just they're just good. I mean, I don't see that the 49ers, and this is the year with the 49ers with all the injuries, who didn't get hurt, CMC. So boom, there you go. I give him a lot of shit about being hurt, but this is the year you needed him and he didn't get hurt.
Have you seen this video surfacing? And I'll try and pull it up in the second hour here. It's a video of Fred Warner working out and doing his rehabilitation, right? Double R. He's not doing orthodox or stuff that you would normally do in physical therapy. He's climbing a fucking scaffold. I'm not like 4 stories. He's climbing up a scaffold and then running down the damn stairs.
It's crazy.
No rig on or nothing. Like, if he falls, he's busted up bad if he falls. But he's so athletic and so fast that he's scaling this thing, crawling this thing like a damn cheetah, getting up to the 4th floor and then running right back down to the ground to do it again. He's not. I thought the video was AI at first. I honestly did. I had to watch it a few times. The dude he's a madman. He's insane. Fred Warner, if anything happens to where it doesn't work out on the San Francisco 49ers, please consider the New York Giants, because you are an animal, an absolute machine. That's not Fred Warner. I thought that was Fred Warner, man. Somebody hit me with Fred. Well, thank you, producer Jake. I thought that was Fred Warner.
Oh no, he's RIP. Sorry about that. I forgot we lost him in 2025. The other thing, if I'm Green Bay, you want to talk about limping into the playoffs? These guys,
and really, I know not Fred Warner. I thought for sure that was Fred Warner, man. Holy shit!
Retract all of that. We'll erase all that. It's all good. It's all good. But Green Bay,
you still got to see this video, Double R. It is phenomenal. It is one hell of a feat. Whoever the hell that is, bring that guy to the Giants.
But for the Packers, I mean, Jordan Love is now sketchy. I mean, hell, you ain't got your defensive leader. I mean, Green Bay, I think, is going to get bounced. They're just, I mean, you want to talk about rolling into the playoffs, losers of 4 straight. Wow, that's not the momentum.
You feel that confident about the Bears?
I think just with what the Packers are missing, I'm starting to believe in Caleb Williams, my man. I don't want to, but I think the Bears, well, there's some experience on the Green Bay side. I don't know if that's really going to factor in, because there's just it's depleted for Green Bay. I think the Bears are going to take care of them, man. I really do, man.
Well, again, we'll break these games down towards the weekend here, but just from first sight, from first glimpse, I think the Packers shock, right? I think the Packers are able to shock. I don't know if the Bears are for real. I think the Bears kind of limped into the 2 spot here. I don't know how they got the 2 spot. We'll talk about, I guess we'll throw our superlatives out there when we come back from the commercial breaks or whatever. But Ben Johnson, candidate for Coach of the Year, I'd say, up there, but not going to be one of mine, but puts the Bears in a better position, right? The Bears finding new coaching and new, I guess, a new general, right? And helps the field general out just a little bit, but I don't think you mentioned the experience. I don't know how much that carries over from another roster, right? Year in year, especially if there's going to be, moving on that roster and personnel moving out and moving in. I don't know how much experience is still left on that playoff caliber of the Packers defense or the Packers a roster that you're kind of, holding up there. I do think they still have that mantra of where, you get into the playoffs and you got to deal with the Packers and, regardless of if it's inclement weather or not, Bears deal with inclement weather too. So I don't know how much the experience issue is going to be there. I do feel like the Packers defense is solid enough to where it can give the Bears offense a little bit of a hiccup, right? And they struggle just a little bit here. How's Caleb Williams going to play in the snow? If there is going to be inclement weather, how's Caleb Williams going to be able to handle that inclement weather? So we'll see how it works.
In pressure situations, I mean, I know he was in some pressure situations, but this is, win or go home. How's he handle that? How does Ben Johnson get him ready for that? And speaking of Ben Johnson, I mean, here we are. The season is done, and Detroit's on the outside looking in. I mean, you want to talk about, coordinators really do matter. I guess I was right after week 1, Wags. The demise of the Detroit Lions. I was right after all. But the fact that they got left out.
I still think the Detroit Lions are one of the best 8 teams in the NFC.
They're going to be just fine. They're going to be just fine. I think that's
Lions or Panthers, man.
Lions. I mean,
right, exactly. The Panthers are in here because they're the division winners. That's the only reason. Okay.
Right. I mean, there's a little part of me that says that the Cowboys at full tilt should be in here. I know the Panthers beat them, but it's like Dallas when the offense was at its crispest time and the defense actually was making some strides.
There's no defense for the Dallas Cowboys. The Dallas Cowboys, they should have lost to the Giants in the beginning of the year, right? They allowed Russell Wilson to have a career game and game of his life. All right, game of his life, dude. Like return to football form, Russell Wilson. That should not be happening. The moon ball came out 3 times in that game.
Yeah. Last hurrah. Last hurrah.
Right. And then they lost. They lost to the Giants, which I don't know what the Giants are doing. It's the Giants will be fun as hell to watch next year. I know that. Couple of pieces away.
So
I don't think there's 1 or 2 pieces in the draft this year to get them into the playoff spot. I think you still, regardless if you're in the, I think they might be I think they're the 4th spot now. They got the 4th overall pick after yesterday. But even with the 4th overall pick, I don't think there's a player that's going to be coming out and putting your team in a position, making a playoff roster, just off of, a few players that could be out of a draft. I think you take the 4th overall pick, you still trade that away, you get more draft capital and start to build the Belichick way.
Are you rolling with this dude as your quarterback? Yeah. I mean, even though
I'm all in on Jackson Dart. The dude is a playmaker. I was not at the beginning. I was very reluctant, right? It wasn't so much that I was reluctant on Dart. I was reluctant with sacrificing draft capital in order to move up 7 spots or was it 7 or 8 spots to draft him when I feel like he could have been there in the 2nd round. But now, I had a conversation mid-season that reminded me that after the Giants made that move to come up, the Rams traded back or allowed somebody else to dig it up, and they traded their pick too, which that is a little bit of an indicator that, or at least you could deduce that maybe Dart could have been heading to the Rams to back up Stafford, right? Or to be the next, QB in waiting for Stafford. So I think the Giants ultimately, hindsight's 2020, and they made the right move. So
and that's where I think that the coaching hire for the Giants, and again, what's gone down since the games ended yesterday, Raheem Morris and Fontenot gone in Atlanta. So that's your head coach and your GM. They're out. Kevin Stefanski out in Cleveland. That's all at this point. But the Giants head coaching job is still open. So I think that this hire is going to be imperative. Who's going to come in here and lead this guy and teach him the next phases that he needs to be a franchise quarterback. It's all right there, but who's going to be that guy? Who's going to be that guy?
You guys you guys hit it on the head right here. The Cowboys offense and the Browns defense are a Super Bowl. That might be a Hall of Fame team, honestly.
Yes, that absolutely would be unstoppable.
Cowboys are the anti-Browns.
Well, the only difference is the Cowboys market themselves as America's team, and they're the most popular franchise in the world. That's the only difference. Where Cleveland gets laughed at, Dallas gets laughed at. But I mean, look behind me. There's shit for Dallas Cowboys all around here, so I'm part of the problem. But what do? I mean, go get your defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus, as Jerry says. It's all his fault. Go get your next guy. Got
to do something. Well, you know what? You can get your next guy with Ryan Hurricane Heck, the new lawyer in town. You guys know the drill, man. And when that storm hits, you got to call Hurricane Heck. 512-938-8929. That's the lottery number. And when that storm hits, you got to give him a call. Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for fellow Texans. Wearing that burnt orange suit into the courtroom with you when you're going through and fighting off all those insurance companies. Now, well, you don't have to do that. Ryan Hurricane Heck can do that for you, right? If you're injured in a car accident or you got any type of personal injury at all, just give Ryan a call, right? He's the personal go-to injury right here in our Fairburg, for personal go-to injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas. Austin-based, Texas proud, supporting local sports, local businesses, and local families. Friend of the show, fighter for the people. Don't let those insurance companies push you around. Give Ryan a call, man. 512-938-8929. Email him if you don't want to call him at hecklawfirm.com. It's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT-lawfirm.com. Just tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. New or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, 42 beautiful acres out there in the Texas Hill Country. It's coveredbcave.com. Be sure and check them out. Looking for that. Jump online first. I always give you kind of my little checklist to how you do it. Jump online, see if they've got some inventory that you're interested in. If it's there, then jump on the phone and call them because they're going to answer your call. And if it's there, schedule a time to go out there and take a look. And while you're out there, look at the rest of the inventory out there. Service after the sale. I mean, all the service bays that are there, they're going to take you from the beginning of the purchase all the way to the end. It's that customer service. It's that Covert Auto Group service that has been serving Central Texans and folks beyond Central Texas for over 100 years. It's Covert BK.
I don't have to worry about shopping for mechanics to make sure it's done and done right. I come up here, I'm in, I'm out. They give me a loaner sometimes, and it's hassle-free.
If you have any questions, they'll go ahead and help you out and educate you. They're not just here just to sell you a vehicle. They're here to build a relationship.
They treat you like family, and then they make the experience what you want it to be, not what they want it to be.
Covert, born and raised in Austin,
where you are always treated like family.
Thank you, Ms. Hayden. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Those are the great people right there. Covert BK, covertbcave.com. Check them out online today. How about AV consultations? All weekend, the screens were alive here in the AV consultation studio, checking out all the NFL action, all the college football action. They'll be going again Thursday and Friday night as you've got the semifinals coming up, the college football playoff. We'll preview that as well a little bit later on in the week as we inch forward towards that. And again, that is the ultimate setup. If you're looking to do something in 2026, it's going to be really, really cool. I highly recommend calling Tom McKay at 255-8678, avconsultations.com, and get that set up and make 2026 the year of AVC in your
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street, hold the door for people behind us, tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before, give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt, sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop, watch some games with your friends, and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics, but more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
There it is. Drop the mic, Tom. Mic drop right there. avconsultations.com. Also have to tell you about our friends at McCall Custom Homes. 2025, highlight of 2025 around my place was that brand new primary bathroom that we got courtesy of our friends at McCall Custom Homes. And you can do that as well. Add some value to your home. Interest rates are kind of all over the place, kind of stabilizing a little bit. You may be thinking about buying a new property. Certainly, if you need a new home, McCall Custom Homes can set you up with that as well. But if you're sitting on some equity, if you're sitting in a great location and you have money invested in your house, build on that equity and add value with McCall Custom Homes. Check out the gallery of projects at McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, or you can call or text Mike at 512-633-9580. Get that free estimate. Mike's going to come out, and then, as I said, those trades will work with you, and they're going to say, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? You could do what they want to do, or the suggestions that they're going to make. They've been doing this for 40 years, guys. This isn't just some company that's going to come out and say, well, I think you want to do this. We're going to do this. No, that's not the way it works with these folks. You're going to collaborate and make it great, and that's exactly what my primary bathroom is right now. McCall Custom Homes, ATX.com, 512-633-9580. Be sure and mention Texas Sports Unfiltered. I like this right here, Rob. This is one that, as that conversation about the defensive coordinator, I guess at this point it's not if, it's when Matt Eberflus is going to be out of that position there in Dallas. And again, I will say, to kind of not defend him, but just kind of pointing out the obvious right here, that Eberflus was kind of set up in a bad spot to where you come into this season with that defense. And then the huge piece, which in retrospect, I think that the Micah Parsons trade actually worked out well for Dallas. I mean, you did get some pieces in there that you needed, and that they did do a good job at the deadline to fill some of that. But for Eberflus, you're missing, the biggest piece of your puzzle when you're being shopped around and offered this job. So he's going into this bass backwards is kind of what I'm trying to say. The Brian Flores to come in as a defensive coordinator, I think would be a great move for the Dallas Cowboys. I think that you could bring that dude in, and I think that he can take what you have right there and start building that forward. It's going to be a very aggressive style that you get from Brian Flores. And for Brian Flores, I think that you get him for a year or two before he finally gets back into that head coaching position. I see the mention there about the Raiders. The Raiders haven't fired Pete Carroll yet. I think that's something else that goes down today, Wags. But Brian Flores is going to be an interesting coaching candidate that's going to be floating around, whether it's
what else popped up. You got everything pulled up? You got news popped up right now or pulled up?
No, no, it's not official yet. Anything about Pete Carroll? It was a mention there about Brian Flores being a DC in Dallas, So I don't know. Great option. I like the idea.
Yeah, we got coaches. We'll have Black Sunday going around, or I guess Black Monday rather. We'll be talking about that here in just a little bit. And right before we get to our superlatives and stuff like that, I still wanted to mention, some of the games from yesterday. Just based off of what you saw last night out of that Steelers and Ravens game, is it time for John Harbaugh to go?
I think it's a very, very similar situation where like Mike Tomlin. The only difference being
great point. They did come in kind of. I think Tomlin was there before Harbaugh, right?
Yeah, I think they're about a year apart. I think they're a year apart in their tenure there. I would be. The Ravens have been on the cusp of the Super Bowl a couple of different times. And I think where the Ravens, if you're going to make a change, if you're the Baltimore organization, is you do it because the window is closed. It's officially closed. They missed the playoffs, even though I wish the Ravens would have got in. I think the Ravens are a more formidable opponent in the AFC and could make a run. But I think only if you make that move for Baltimore, it's because we are officially saying that this John Harbaugh team that he has built cannot take that next step. They absolutely can't.
You got to give credit where credit's due for Harbaugh, right? Like you drafted probably one of the most electrifying players in all of NFL football, and then to make his career more successful, you restructured your entire offense to benefit Lamar, or to have that offense benefit from Lamar being there, right? You made it more of a run and shoot instead of just a pound you into the ground like the Ravens used to be, right? Just lots of ground and pound and then play, tremendous defense on the back end of it, right? That kind of style has gone away from football, but football 101 should always remain there, regardless of, the personnel coming in or personnel coming out, right? Let's go back to that last drive. How in the hell, and knowing, football situation, right? Situational football, okay? Knowing damn well that the Steelers cannot press and get up the sideline. They can't, they have no offensive production on their sidelines, or can they get vertical, right? All they have been doing all game long has been dumps to Gainwell or slip screens to Gainwell. That's literally it. Freiermuth might have had a catch or two, but basically it's been Aaron Rodgers just trying to make, gold out of shit. You know what I mean? All damn night. How do you not play situational football going into the last drive? And I understand that. I understand he slipped. I get it. I understand that the defensive back slipped. But still, like, how do you not know the 3 plays before that, right? 3 plays before that, you allowed them to drive down the field and get into position. Like, how do you not have situational awareness of what the hell is coming for the Pittsburgh Steelers, knowing on what they can do and or better yet, knowing their inefficiencies going into that game, or hell, going into that drive.
Well, and this is where with the Ravens, I mean, before Lamar went down, before any of that, I mean, remember we would sit and people would talk about which defense is worse, the Ravens or the Cowboys, to where they were both. It was just like not there. And this is where you go back to where, if you want to question John Harbaugh, how do you let the defense get to that point? I mean, how does that happen, knowing that you're in a loaded AFC with, before the season, the Chiefs, the Bills, the usual contenders that are going to be here? By the way, kind of weird, AFC playoffs, no Lamar, no Mahomes, but anyway, 2026.
It feels weird because the Ravens defense is usually there, right? Hell, them and Cleveland
exactly
are usually the top 2 defenses, right? But the drop off this year was absolutely significant. Now it's kind of been the past defense have kind of been trending down a little bit, but still towards the end of the year, they're able to find themselves right back up and at least get into playoff caliber defense, right? Not this year. And is that to tell the tape?
I mean, it really is, because that is always the staple. I mean, look at these amazing Baltimore Ravens teams that we've seen. They have lived and died by the defense, and that has always been the constant. And then you get and still a lot of it is. I mean, I know there are some good wideouts on the Ravens team. They really have never really gone and got Lamar that one, that huge.
Well, hold on. Flowers is a guy. Like, Flowers
he's worked into that.
Flowers is a dude, but he doesn't exactly have that size where he could win, one-on-ones, or the catch radius is
right.
Absolutely insane, right? Or out of this world. He's a dude that, he takes a 10-yard route and can stretch it, in the 50-yard scamper and stuff like that. Is there a guy that you think the Ravens should go get? Is there somebody that maybe? I feel like and this is probably unfair to say to Lamar, right? Or to say about Lamar and that offense, but I feel like top end wide receivers are reluctant to go there because of the attack scheme that they have, right? It's good, especially with Derrick Henry there. It's going to be the Lamar and Derrick Henry show, right? But with that play action opens up a world of success for the wide receiver, man. So
yeah, and that's where I think Baltimore is so interesting, because if you can add insert a name, George Pickens, if you can add somebody like that, I mean, because the thing is, Lamar and Derrick Henry, they got some miles on them, and you got a WD-40 their knees up.
Derrick Henry especially, right? Like, how much can Derrick Henry keep playing at the top of this game without falling off a little? Like, we keep asking, when's that fall off? When's that drop off going to be here? Is it going to be this season? Is it going to be next season? It's got to come sooner or later, right? I mean, the dude's a freak for sure.
And talking
the
about
dude's Fred Warner running up a damn scaffold.
And that's the thing. Talking about training routines, we've seen how Derrick Henry trains. He continues. I mean, he's going to continue, and he doesn't change his running style.
Right.
I mean, it's like when you get to that certain point,
it's abuse. His running style is abusive, not just to him, but abusive to the entire league. Like
that's exactly right. I mean, none of that's going to change. So, and the thing with Lamar, I mean, the other part of it was, I mean, Lamar was not right this year. I mean, we never knew fully at what percentage he really was when he got back, but you could tell Wags. I mean, it's like
he was reluctant to. When he's reluctant to run, that tells you enough, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, like you're not Superman unless you're running, because just the little stuff that he, like the little mishap that he had with Nuke Hopkins yesterday, right? His ability to run gives him that opportunity to make that play happen, right? But Hopkins and him just weren't on the same page. It's irrelevant at this point. But if he would have connected with that, Hopkins might still be running. Okay, yeah. But he draws the defense, and his elusiveness. The defense should have had him dead to rights within the first 2 seconds, right? But he was able to escape the grasp and then get out of it, and just do a little bit of a dump off, a little bit of a little teardrop pass, and if Hopkins catches it, he's gone. But unfortunately, it just didn't happen. It didn't work out like that for the Ravens.
And Wags, here's for the what if hypothetical thing. I don't know what's going to happen in Arizona. I think that they may be firing their coach today as well. That's one of those dudes on the hot seat here on this Black Monday. I don't know what's going to happen with Kyler Murray. I don't know if they want to continue moving forward with him or what they do.
It feels like if they don't move forward, Brissett feels like he could take on the mantle pretty damn well over there in the desert, right?
Seems like it to me, to where you could deal off Kyler Murray, try to take some of that cap hit and move that guy out. But then who wants him? I mean, where's he fit?
I don't think
Marvin Harrison Jr.
That's
I mean,
that
dude
question.
have people lined up for him.
Somebody needs Kyler Murray, but does somebody want Kyler Murray?
The Steelers. Maybe.
You know what?
Maybe.
You know what?
Maybe
that might actually happen. Honestly.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Kyler Murray won't be in the desert much longer. And again, there's always been a weird vibe, right? With just his place, just his mental state and in terms of preparation for ball and stuff like that. It sucks, to address that question from Steven Delgado. I think they are building something out there in the desert, especially with McBride too. I think that Harrison Jr. and McBride can actually absolutely be a tear and a tandem there. They just got to find the right quarterback. Brissett seems like he can manage the team well, but he's not exactly that Hall of Fame quarterback that's going to take, or he might be. He learned how to prep from Tom Brady, so there's always a good chance. And hell, beginning of the show, we talked about just the disparity at the position at quarterback in the NFL, right? You're calling in Phil Rivers to come save, be the saving grace of a franchise. We got some problems here. All right, we might want to start, kind of looking into the play of quarterbacks coming out of college and see if you can develop them a little bit better and get them ready for pro ball here.
And Rob's. So Rob's thing here, where you flip those guys, I happen to think that if Mike McDaniel's coming back to Miami, which I think he is, I think Quinn's going to be his starter. I think Quinn Ewers is going to start for Miami next year, or would be the projected starter, depending on injuries and all that. You go a different direction from that system, because I don't know if Kyler Murray can go to Miami and run that system any better than Tua Tagovailoa did. It's just that was not a Mike McDaniel system in the first place, where Quinn with the pro style quarterback, I think would be a better fit at this point than Kyler Murray, which I'm talking about a rookie versus a veteran. But I don't know where Kyler goes. Pittsburgh is the one where I'm like, that one kind of makes a little sense.
I could also see Kyler Murray taking a tour to Cleveland too. So
yeah. I mean, oh my God.
I think Vegas is in the Mendoza stakes, right? I think they're going for Mendoza here. So I don't think they'll be flirting with, bringing in Kyler Murray and seeing, if he can kind of, rise from the ashes, or, take everything from the ashes there for Vegas. That's a weird spot for Kyler Murray. Again, I think a team needs Kyler Murray. I just don't think a team wants Kyler Murray. That's the problem.
Exactly. Do you want all the, let's call it what it is. You want all the baggage? Do you want all the questions?
That's it. You're getting a lot of baggage with Kyler Murray, man.
Yeah, you really are. The ability
you might win some ball games, but are you going to win a championship with Kyler Murray?
That's the thing. You might spoil somebody's season once or twice with Kyler Murray, but he's not going to take you to a championship. So this comes out about an hour ago. This was another. So Cincinnati is keeping Zach Taylor.
Okay, I figured they would. I didn't think they'd fire Zach Taylor.
Yeah, and that's where you hear all the Joe Burrow speculation. They're not going to trade Joe Burrow, are they? I mean,
no, but I think they do got a lot of their money, mismanaged and tied up in the wide receiver room where they don't need. I think one of those wide receivers has to move, right? And I know that you didn't want to allow them to go away and test the free agent waters. You kind of want to be able to control that and be able to trade them where you want to trade them and see if you can get a haul, return for your haul. And that's kind of why you inked the deals. I understand that completely, but the roster's mismanaged. It's absolutely mismanaged to the point where you don't have a defense. Okay. And also you don't have protection for your potential Hall of Fame quarterback. You got the writing's on the wall, man. One of them's got to go.
And it is to where the Bengals, I mean, insert the team: Bengals, Jets, Cowboys, Raiders.
Are wide receivers a dime a dozen?
I think a lot of that system, Wags. I think, you have these guys that are obvious, the diva style, just amazing.
Sure, you got studs. You got studs like Jeremiah Smith and stuff like that, of course, right? But are wide receivers dimes a dozen?
I think like if you fall into a Sean McVay system or even a Kyle Shanahan system to where you can make yourself into a dime a dozen because you go to a great system that's going to allow you to perform at a level to where maybe you couldn't in Cleveland or in wherever. Cincinnati is the thing to where it's like you look, I mean, like you're talking about with these receivers that they have, how are they not in the playoffs right now? I know Burrow got hurt.
Well, there's no defense. There's no offensive line to block.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. To where you stack all this stuff and it's like somebody's got to protect this guy. Somebody's got to take care of this guy and let those guys get open. And so many of these, I think that's a big thing with the Raiders. If they go out and they get Mendoza, I mean, is Mendoza going to be a franchise quarterback? We don't know. He hadn't played it down in the league yet. But who's going to protect this guy?
Dude. Yeah. So my buddy's a huge Raider fan, and he talking shit the other night. Hey, thanks for allowing the Raiders to have the number 1 draft pick. Here comes Mendoza sweepstakes, baby, Mendoza mania. I was like, dude, you really think Mendoza is going to pull the Raiders out of the dumps and be able to win? Mendoza on offense and Crosby on defense. That's all y'all need, right? Mendoza and Bowers back to back. Let's get it done. This is how delusional Raiders fans are, or at least this Raiders fan is. He absolutely believes it's going to happen. He believes one person is going to be able to pull them out of the depths of despair and have the Raiders contend for the AFC West again. Crazy, absolutely crazy.
I hope he
Raiders fans might almost be as delusional as Cowboys fans, or maybe not Cowboys, just Jerry Jones.
But that's the thing, Mendoza. I mean, everything. I mean, a lot of folks go to what he's done with Indiana. Look, the dude was good at Cal too. I mean, he was. But who's going to protect his backside? I mean, that's the biggest thing. You can have, like we're talking about, dudes kicking 90-yard field goals with no rush coming at you. You can throw a beautiful football, Joe Milton, but with nobody coming at you. I mean, who protects him?
I think any team, right, this year, whoever's got the number 1 overall, I think you need to trade out of that. Like there's not a player that's going to bring you from the depths. It's just not happening. The Belichick way, man. We've all seen it work before, right? Especially building that draft kit. You just want opportunities, man. Picture it like a revolver, right? You want that revolver filled up as much as possible. Okay, you don't want to be missing. You don't want to be missing on your picks. So
there's not really
you can put out there. You get a chance on opportunity. So
there's not anything there that blows you off the map. I mean, Jack Endry's declared for the NFL draft the other day. He's like the 3rd or 4th ranked tight end in this class. And it's like, okay, I mean, we look at that after watching him all year. It's a down year. It's a down year for tight ends. I think it's a down year for a lot of different positions. And I still go back to for the Raiders, get a veteran.
I can't even think of one person coming out of the draft that's going to help any team immediately, right off the bat. Like I just can't.
No. Honestly, Wags. No, he wouldn't be. I was going to say. This may be crazy to say, but the quarterback of the Miami Hurricanes, I know that dude's been questioned a lot through his different travels at Georgia. That may be a guy that could come in and play NFL football right away. I think that may be the dude. He might be able to. And that's really the only one that I can think that's going to jump off the map and make an immediate, impact on a club at this point. But I may be wrong. I'm usually wrong about those things. But
no, that's all. Where you want to go into superlatives?
Oh yeah, let's jump in. Let's absolutely jump into that.
All right. Let's go with I guess you want to do the rookies first?
Yeah, let's get over here to them. I got to get my list out because I too, after we did that yesterday, I was like, okay, do I want to change some of those? So anyway, yeah.
I'm only changing the MVP. All right. This this NFL superlative list is brought to you by pick a sponsor that we want.
AV Consultation.
AV Consultation. That's right. Not only can you do a polar plunge with Tom, but you can get your list of the NFL, or you can see your NFL superlative list on Chaos Theory, brought to you by AV Consultation. It was a fun time. It was cold as hell, 54 degrees. You wouldn't think that it was that cold, but we appreciate everybody sitting through it on Friday and watching us do that as we gave tribute to our Winter Classic.
That was, speaking of Winter Classic, so did I see that in 2027, the Winter Classic is going to be at Bristol Motor Speedway?
I didn't see that.
I think it was kind of thrown around. I'm not sure if it's been confirmed or not, but possibly Bristol Motor Speedway.
And you guys are already beating us to it. We would love to see. So here are the categories that we're giving for superlatives and awards here, right? We got MVP, we got Offensive Rookie of the Year, we got Defensive Rookie of the Year, we got Offensive Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, Coach of the Year, and Comeback Player of the Year. We would love to see your all's votes and results in the chat channel here. Make sure you guys hit us up, please. You guys earn crowns that way too. Now you have JSJ on here. Do you mean JSN?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Remember, I couldn't see yesterday.
I got you. I fat thumb it a lot.
Swollen shut.
A lot.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll give you greens, partner. You want to start with the rookies?
Yeah, let's go to the rookies. Let's start on the offense. I really have gotten really high on Tyler Shuck. I think that like I said, I think New Orleans kind of stupidly found their starting quarterback. And look, they did a hell of a job where he got thrust into playing. And what did he do? I mean, he took them on a little run. I mean, he made that team better to where this was essentially, when we talked at the first part of the year, Wags, it was a throwaway year for the Saints. I mean, yeah, they didn't make the playoffs or nothing, but hell, they played a hell of a lot better than I thought they were going to play. And I think they got their guy. I think you got the piece that you can build around with him. That, is he the next Drew Brees? I don't know, but he sure as hell is playing the part pretty well right now, to where I think you have that piece, and you don't have to go into the draft this year if you're the Saints thinking, okay, can we get Mendoza? Can we get one of these guys? Can we make a deal to get them? You don't need him. I think you've got a building block right there with Tyler Shuck. I got to give it to him. That's my
I can't give him Rookie of the Year, but I can say that New Orleans Saints found their quarterback. Right.
Yeah.
Based off the small window of tape that I've seen Tyler Shuck play so far, much vast improvement over Spencer Rattler, right? And if you don't have to go into the draft looking for your quarterback, if you can feel that confident moving forward and start to build around that piece, I think that's the move in the route you go, right? Kellen Moore, right? Kellen Moore, sure, he's caught some shit over the past couple of years, but ultimately he does know how to develop quarterbacks, right? I would argue that ultimately Kellen Moore knows how to develop quarterbacks. I think give Shook 2 years in Kellen Moore's system, and I think that you could be seeing Shook not in Jeff or Jared Goff form, but I think starting to make leaps towards being a top 10 quarterback. I would say. I mean, he doesn't really have the bar's not that high right now, honestly. Double R in the NFL, right? Like, yeah, we talked about disparity being an absolute thing here, quarterback disparity being an absolute thing in the NFL. I think the grass isn't just greener sometimes the grass isn't greener on the other side. Ultimately, it's just grass. I think the Saints need to address that kind of old adage right now. Go with what you got, right? Know that you have at least a quarterback that can win you some ball games here. You put some pieces around, you found yourself maybe one hell of a rookie. I don't know if I can give him Offensive Rookie of the Year, but I think the Saints did find their quarterback. Tyler.
And I think that for the Saints, they're a year ahead of schedule, because you remember coming in, it was okay that the Saints they're going to tank to try to get their next quarterback, to find their franchise quarterback. Arch was thrown around with all the different stuff right there, but it really seems like the fact that you've had a head coach that comes in and has had nurtured that guy into being your quarterback, at least for the next couple of years. You're a year ahead of schedule. You can go fill some of those other needs, and you finish the year positively, and you play in a division that's shit. Like we said, the Saints they were almost in the race regardless at the end of this thing yesterday. So yeah, you're a year ahead of schedule. So if you're a Saints fan, you got to be pretty happy there. But I go with Shuck. I know you don't, but I go with Tyler Shuck.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Tet McMillan. Again, like I know it's a quarterback driven league, and Shuck's probably going to get it, right? Just because he is the quarterback. But I think ultimately, if you look at the success of the Panthers and just we talked about confidence with the quarterback, right? And always how it takes two to tango. Okay. I think Tet McMillan being that solidarity there at the wide receiver position for Bryce Young was a vast improvement for his success this year, right? I mean, the numbers will tell you that. This kid's sensational. I didn't think that he would have that much of this big of a rookie season. But yeah, like especially being on Carolina, I was just like, all right, well, this is where he's gonna go to kind of fade away, right? We're not gonna see much of Tet McMillan, here. But that's a testament to him, right? The good ones, the great ones can do that. The great ones can make an impact wherever they land. And Tet McMillan did that for me. That's why I think he gets my vote as Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you could look at, some of these names. I mean, Travion Henderson is a guy you could throw in there. I think if your guy Jackson Dart wouldn't have gotten hurt and would have had some fill in there. I mean,
Jackson
I think
Dart's fantastic. I can't be a homer though, right? Like Jackson Dart is better than Cam Ward. Better than the number one quarterback taken. So
yeah, absolutely.
But I'm looking at it through Giants' eyes. So. Yeah. Again, I didn't want to be that guy. That's why ultimately I went with, what national pundits are also heralding to as, a candidate for Offensive Rookie of the Year, which is Tet McMillan. So
yeah, but this is where we go back to the draft wags, to where it's like Cam Ward is going to be this great. Okay, you plug that dude in. That's all you have.
He's on a really bad team.
He's on a really bad team. He's on a really bad team, and it's like you can't be expected to play at this incredible level when you have nothing.
The great ones do, though. The great ones elevate shit to gold.
Yeah, man. But if you
what Rumpelstiltskin did it, I'm not Rumpelstiltskin. I can't keep spinning gold out of your shit.
Right. Yeah. If you've got an offensive line that consists of 5 3-legged donkeys, you're going to have a hell of a time doing your job. I mean, sheesh.
Offensive rookie, or excuse me, defensive rookie of the year. Who you got?
I think that's the one that you and I are both on the same page with. Absolute cannot miss on. I'll let you go because I'm right there with you. That's the dude that I'm picking.
So the Browns are a funny team, okay? Because the Browns probably have between Graham or Schlesinger, right? Like Carson Schlesinger is probably going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. But the Browns are built like we keep talking about. Why aren't the Browns able to be in the playoff hunt, or why aren't the Browns able to have continuous success, right, with the defense that they're able to put up year in and year out? Their offense is absolutely abysmal. They can never figure that out, but they somehow find gems on defense, right? They got themselves another gem. I think they got the Defensive Rookie of the Year with Carson Schlesinger.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I mean, and hands down, and it really is, to where you just look at how this NFL is played, to where that defense can be that good.
Graham's a runner. Graham can be runner up too, on the defensive line. So
yeah, absolutely.
And of course, Graham's probably contributing by playing, next to probably one of the greatest to ever do it with Myles Garrett. But still, like that defense is effing nasty, dude. It is effing nasty.
Well, that's the whole thing, to where it's you look at the state of the Browns, to where you got Schlesinger that's going to be the defensive MVP, kind of hands down. You got Myles, or the Rookie of the Year.
He'll be Rookie of the Year.
Myles Garrett, without
question.
Of the year. Yeah, right. Without question. And then the Browns are still in purgatory. What is happening?
That's the world that we're in. Mention it. you just kind of the aforementioned Myles Garrett. We kind of talked about it. Spoiler alert. Yeah, defensive player of the year for me. We might as well talk about it since we're there. Breaking Michael Strahan's sack record, 23 sacks in one season, my dude. The best to do it. And call it what you will. Like Strahan's last sack was kind of a lay down, a gimme, right? Everything has been earned, and not that I'm saying that nothing was earned from Michael Strahan. I've loved the dude, love the Gap. I shop at the Gap all the time, or I used to back in the day. But now, like Myles Garrett, just an absolute Neanderthal, just a man eating fucking boys for breakfast, dude. Just taking people's lunches and laughing at people. I mean, just a bully, a beast, whatever you want to call this guy. That's what he is. Just a absolute wrecking the NFL, man. Myles Garrett, hats off to you. Defensive player of the year.
A lot of times when I'm watching Myles Garrett, Wags, I think of that video of Andy Reid out there in the punt, pass, and kick contest where it's all the
little kids
out there. And it's like, there's Myles Garrett over there about to kick. It's like, man, and this is where you go back to
it sucks because that's what the Aggies will always have that, dude. They'll always have Myles Garrett.
Dude, they've rolled out some good. A good friend of mine, his uncle is Dat Wynn, and that dude, he's always bringing up Dat Wynn. He's like, Uncle Dat, A&M. I'm like, yeah, I know. Yeah,
they got some ball players. A&M's got some ball players. Myles Garrett's definitely one of them. Yeah, defensive player of the year, Myles Garrett for me. Offensive player of the year for you, Double R.
Offensive player of the year. Let's see, where did I go over here? I'm trying to find my list. Offensive player of the year. Jackson Smith, man, in Jigba. I'm going with him where he goes. Got him a quarterback, and we can say Sam Darnold, doing again what he did last season. Hopefully, a different result for him. But having that dude right there, and it's wide receiver heavy when it comes to having these conversations. But that dude is a legit weapon that can make a play at any point, and he's in a great offensive system that he owns. And I think the moves that Seattle made that only was able to showcase him even more, man. So I'm going with that dude. Give me the Seahawk.
That's great candidate. I went with Puka Nacua, the guy that's kind of rivaling him for best wide receiver in the league. Nacua, one hell of a season, 129 catches, and then also 15 receiving yards as well. 10 tutties. Just an absolute mayhem, just wrecking defenses there. 200 yards games this season as well. I got Puka Nacua as the offensive player of the year. Both these picks, I think you're going to be okay with it. All right.
Absolutely. Pete Carroll has been fired.
Oh, shocker. Shocker. Sorry, Pete. Go chew some gum, buddy. Go get a sponsorship with Wrigley's.
Man, that hurts my jaw watching that dude.
Just watching Pete chew?
Man, why did the Raiders do that? We need some discipline in here. Whatever. Stability. Fired after a year.
Pete's a player's coach, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking to have somewhat of an easier season, with a transition going from one city to the next, and you're in Vegas, right? I don't know. I don't have an answer. I'm trying to come up and conjure an answer for you. I can't come up with one there.
Well, you need to text your buddy and say, okay, it's going to be Mendoza time because Pete Carroll's gone.
Mendoza mania, here we go, dude. Mendoza. We talk about Black Monday and the coaching carousel here. Who is going to wind up in Vegas?
In Vegas? I don't know, man. That Brian Flores name was thrown out earlier. It could be that fella. That's a good question. I hadn't really thought that one.
Probably, I would think probably going to have connections with Tom Brady. I would think
Tom Gruden or John Gruden. Bring him back.
Not so much, my friend. Not so much. Probably going to have connections with Brady. I would think
it'll be somebody out of the Belichick coaching tree. I'm sure
that really hasn't fared so well, right? McDaniels didn't really work out so well. Patricia didn't work well at all over in Detroit. If I'm Patricia, I'm probably staying put right where I'm at Ohio State and just to build my resume up a little bit more.
You
You probably make more money in college football as a defense coordinator than you do in the NFL anyways these days.
I would think
with
so.
all that money being tossed around there. All right, offensive player of the year. We've given defensive player of the year, coach of the year.
Duval.
Oh, Liam Cohen,
Duval.
Gotta be the pick number one, my number one candidate, Liam Cohen, making the Jaguars relevant. I mean, that roar is absolutely ferocious right now. It's more than
Duval.
Yeah, buddy. Congratulations, Coach Liam Cohen. You are Coach of the Year. Trevor Lawrence has been waiting for someone to come along like you to kind of give him that prowess at quarterback there, so that he can orchestrate that offense, man. And you have absolutely done that, man. You've given him the template to work with, and he is making magic happen. So sunshine, look at sunshine.
He has made that long hair even shinier and helped the production. Has been the case there in Jacksonville. There's a lot of different. I mean, I've seen Shano thrown in this conversation, with what he's been able to do there at San Francisco. But I'm like, no,
that's a really good point. I mean, with the battle of attrition that San Francisco has had to deal with and won, right? In spite of all that, they're a playoff team. Yeah, and Shanahan just finds a way. I did not consider that, man.
That I've seen that name thrown around, and obviously, I mean, Jacksonville with the turnaround there has been just amazing. But I got to go with Vrabel. I mean, because he goes into, especially after he had been kind of hung out to dry. I mean, this dude, all the problems in Tennessee were because of this guy. And he comes in, and they made the great moves in the offseason. And this guy comes in, and he's got possibly an MVP quarterback. He's got both sides of the ball are covered, which is amazing to see with a defensive-minded quarterback. And he's got the Patriots turned around from worst to first. Got to go with Vrabel, man, on this one. But it's it's kind of a 1A and a 1B on this, because
Vrabel's a really good candidate too. And again, I guess he was definitely the reason why Tennessee was doing so terrible, right?
Right. Yeah.
Absolutely needed to get fired. Just to think, Tennessee had Vrabel, AJ Brown, Derrick Henry, and Malik. Malik Willis, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One time it said they just let that shit go away, dude. Everybody, all of them are being productive at their next landing spots, but Tennessee's still Tennessee, man. At least y'all got music. At least y'all got music in hot Nashville.
And this is Wags to that point. You mentioned Josh McDaniels a while ago. It's like, I mean, you bring that dude in, that
coming back. There's no way that's happening, right?
I mean, I think if I were him, it's kind of.
I don't know why I say that McCarthy was able to find a way back into the NFL.
I've seen Mike McCarthy thrown out as a Raiders possible head coaching candidate after a year off. But with Josh McDaniels, I mean, dude, be comfortable in your skin and go on a run here with this group. I mean, don't take another head coaching job. Let this thing kind of simmer down a little bit. It hasn't worked. What's it been like 3 times this dude's been an OC. He keeps coming back to it. It's like your cozy blanket. It's like, let me try it again.
And I don't know Josh McDaniel, right? But from what I can tell and deduce from just his players just don't want to play for him. They don't want him as a coach. Like, he just does not know how to connect. He tries to do the Belichick way, but without Belichick's aura, right? Like you can't keep living off of Patriot stuff. Like you can't say, oh, well, we're only you can't sit there and put down the Patriots of old if you're in another locker room. Motherfucker, you ain't on the Patriots anymore. Right? You don't have allegiance to the Patriots anymore. Like that was yesterday's news, dude. I'm glad you got all those rings, but you got to let that shit go, bro.
Yeah. And that's, we talk about the Lions coordinators that have moved. I mean, you got Terrell Williams over here running the defense.
And he is like Rob solidified.
I think these coordinators stay. I mean, I think you got a Ben Johnson situation going on over here with Mike Vrabel, and again, Williams in Tennessee also, Wags. It's like they threw that dude out in Tennessee. He was part of the problem too, and he's over here got fucking great defense.
Right, exactly. And is it a bad thing to be known as just a coordinator? Right? Is that a bad mantra to have? So you're not a head coach, all right? So you don't get it done as a head coach, but you're one hell of an offensive coordinator. Isn't that good enough?
I think after the second or third, let's say after the third strike, after you whiff, and that's why I think Brian Flores is so interesting in the offseason, the commodity, because there's been enough time for all that shit to kind of forgive and forget and all that bullshit that happened there. Was he wrong about Tua? I guess not. But so there's a little time for that to kind of diminish a little bit. But no, being an OC or a DC, I don't think it's that bad of a thing because they run that part of the game.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
To producer Jake's point here, I think Brady gets a job within the next year or the next 2 years here. I know there's a lot of people wanting Joe Brady, or there's a lot of Giants fans that want Joe Brady to be the next head coach of the Giants. You guys know how I feel about it. I kind of want to stay on the defensive side of the ball. I'd love to have Spagnuolo come back to New York. And also, like, maybe I just have a bad taste in my mouth from having Dable, come over as the offense coordinator from Buffalo, and now you're getting another Buffalo offense coordinator. I don't think it's going to work out the same way, but here's another thing why I would like to have Joe Brady too. I think the play style and play set of Josh Allen and Jackson Dart are kind of similar play. I'm not saying that Jackson Dart is Josh Allen. I'm not saying that. Right. I'm saying that they have similar play styles. I think it's a pretty easy transition for Joe Brady's offense to be instilled into New York's locker room for Jackson Dart, if that is the case. But ultimately, I would still like to have. I think the offense is looking fine. I think they can use a little bit more pieces, sure, but ultimately, I'll always fall back on defense over offense. Always, I just always will.
Yeah, and the thing about it is what's so scary here, and I think when we just started 2026, but I mean, like we've talked about and kind of laughed on here, the Patriots and the Spurs are looking really, really good again. Here we go, going back to the old days, and how's it been done? Because they're building just like they did in the past, where both of those sports have changed so much.
In eras where you're not supposed to be building like this,
right. Yeah. You're going in and finding ways to where it's like I've talked
it's
about
supposed
this.
to be roster turnover after roster turnover, but you're able to keep a solidified nucleus.
It was so cool watching in the offseason with the Patriots to where they spent a lot of money and they're like, yeah, but they're adding, who's that? I mean, who's this guy? What's he going to do?
Pieces. They add pieces. They add championship pieces, man. Depth. They add depth.
Yeah. You didn't go get that big old bass. You went out fishing. You didn't catch that big old bass, but man, you caught some little bitty ones that gave yourself a pretty damn good bucket. And that's exactly what the Patriots are. They going to win the
draft capital does, right? Draft capital. You draft pieces. You draft pieces to build. All right.
Smart. They did it the smart way. So yeah, I go with Vrabel, but and again, it's you can't go wrong with either guy, to be honest with you.
Duval.
There it is.
You can't be. When he made that drop, I knew that he was going to be coach of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Coach Liam Cohen's my bid. Coach Mike Vrabel for R. But either one, like you said, fantastic.
And I think the other part of it is, Wags, that you don't see a fall off for Jacksonville or the Patriots next season. I know we got football to play, but I think that both of these organizations are going in the right direction with their staffs to where they're going to continue moving forward and are going to be forces in the AFC for a while. And it's a good time for it to happen because I think there is kind of a monumental shift here. This is Buffalo's time against the upstarts. I mean, it's Buffalo and the upstarts. You can call the Chargers an upstart if you want. I mean, I guess Pittsburgh isn't, but I think it's pretty clear what's going to happen with the Steelers. So,
it clear? Is it clear? Oh, you mean like what writing on the wall for next week?
One and done. Yeah, one and done in the playoffs. Yeah, and then what do they do? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, good stuff.
All right, that was Coach of the Year. Comeback Player of the Year. We'll save MVP for last. Comeback Player of the Year. This is where you and I kind of struggled with this, right? Like we kind of went back and forth on a few names, but ultimately I think we settled on one in particular here. But also, you want to give the list of your candidates off before you give the number one guy?
So the ones that I was throwing out is, I mean, it was right at the end where I'm like,
and we would love for you guys to weigh in on this too, right? Because we honestly didn't know where to go with this because do you got to come back? What's the prereqs? Do you got to come back from injury, or do you just got to be a dog shit player?
Yeah, I think it can be, where you get like a dude that turns his year around, like Carolina. I mean, where Carolina became, Carolina's in the playoffs, so you would have to throw in their quarterback for him. And remember,
but hold on, now we arrived at this argument though, right? Like, has Bryce Young, did he come back, or did he finally arrive to the game?
Exactly.
Like, I don't think there was I don't think he ever came back from anything, right? So I think the arrival of Bryce Young is more relevant than the comeback of Bryce Young.
Exactly. Kind of went into that spot, which that's actually a lot that you can kind of think of with Trevor Lawrence, because
most improved. You could probably give most improved to Bryce Young.
Yeah. But what did he come back from? He came back from, being
he's never been here. He couldn't come back from it.
He finally got here. I think he took the Greyhound is what he did. He should be the Greyhound player of the year. Like yesterday, I mean, you threw out Daniel Jones.
Yeah, that's another, like, can you bring up Daniel Jones? But Daniel, you bring a good point. Daniel Jones didn't finish the season. How can you say Daniel Jones? I see producer Jake, Phil Rivers. Phil Rivers only played 3 games, right? Like, I can't. Sure, Disney narrative, all you want. Sure, it's my wish, all you want. I get it. But
he was impactful enough to where
he was impactful. My ass, he wasn't impactful.
Think about it, Wags. He didn't. There were people saying he's going to get carted off the field.
That's 15 yards. He was shot putting that shit.
By the way, did you see the Bengals rolled out Joe Flacco yesterday to let him take a snap? It's like they're going to let him come out and take one last snap. I'm like, that fucking dude will be playing week 13 next week. Or next season. Somebody be calling him to come out and play. Him and Phillip Rivers will probably both be on a roster next year at some point. But I threw at you.
So
Javonte Williams.
We talked about CMC, but ultimately, and CMC is probably. It's probably the guy, right? Because he did come back from injury, but ultimately we settled on Javonte Williams.
Yeah. That dude was out.
And I feel good with that pick. Like, CMC did everything for San Francisco. I understand that, but like, Javonte Williams had one little run when he was a rookie, and then it was dog shit. And now finds himself, on a procrastinating team, waiting for a running back to fall to them, and they get Javonte Williams, and he makes gold out of shit. I don't know why that's the analogy today, but that's the analogy.
Well, and the same thing could be said. He didn't finish the year. Well, they held him out. I wouldn't have played him either. I mean, you wanted to see what you got out of Jaden Blue and Phil, whatever his name is, and all these other people. But I mean, and that truly was a great comeback. The dude rushed for 1,200 yards. I mean, we saw him look like the back that he was at Denver.
That's just it. Like, so, and when we talked about CMC, like, we know what CMC can give us. Like, we didn't know that Javonte Williams would be able to come back and do this.
Right.
That
was the question when the Cowboys got him. It was like, he was great in 2019 or whenever that was.
Correct.
But he's got busted wheels. I mean, he hasn't been able to be himself.
And I'm not trying to placate to the Dallas Cowboy crowd. I'm not. I feel I wanted to go Dowdle to Rico Dowdle too. Like,
that's absolutely. I mean, Rico Dowdle's Dak is somebody that I threw out to where it's like, I mean, that dude. I mean, if you want to say comeback, I mean, he kept that team in some sort of playoff conversation for a long time because he basically but he had the pieces around him. But Dak never went anywhere. I mean, Dak was there. Well, was he hurt last year? I get thrown off because it's like
Javonte Williams.
No, Dak, to where he's Dak? Like this year he wasn't.
I think he had a little bit of a spell, but he wasn't hurt the entire year.
Yeah. So he went out
because Dak is banged up every year, though.
Right. It's Dak. Like this year, Dak healthy. Next year, Dak should get hurt. The next year, he'll be okay. Then he gets hurt again. That's kind of the way Dak goes. And I hope not for the Cowboys. But yeah, I mean, Javonte Williams was exceptional because remember throughout the year, the first part of the year, Wags, where it's like boy, this Cowboy running attack is horrible. He had a damn 1,000-yard rusher when it was all said and done. So I think that's who I would go to. I think that, yes, Dak played 7 games last year. That's right. But it wasn't because the ankle breaking in half, that was a couple of years back. So anyway, but he did miss time.
All right, MVP. I've seen a lot of people, tout out Stafford. I've seen May. I've seen votes for Goff at times. Where did you settle at with this? Because I told you Stafford originally, and I can't go with Stafford. And not that I can't go with Stafford. I'm not going with Stafford.
I heard him say yesterday in an MVP conversation that this award is most valuable passer, and that's why I have to go with Stafford because it's a quarterback award. Honestly, Wags, if I had a vote, I'd pick Bijan Robinson. And again, that has nothing to do with Texas. That has nothing to do with anything. When you want to talk about superlative, outstanding football player, especially on a shitty team, I mean, that meaning the most valuable player to me means most valuable player to your team. Where's Atlanta without Bijan Robinson?
Yeah, I had him as a candidate for Offensive Player of the Year, but ultimately I fell on Puka Nacua. But Bijan Robinson could absolutely be in any one of those conversations for MVP or Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going Stafford, and I mean a lot of that is I think this may be one of Stafford's last runs right here, and I truly do hope that
you feel that way for sure. You think Stafford is on his last hurrah?
I think that he's
one of his last hurrahs.
I think we've got a couple of years left for Matt Stafford,
but I think he's got himself in a pretty damn good situation with a young playoff team here. I mean, it's a young squad too. He's probably one of the oldest. He is the oldest on the team, I think.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, hell, he's older than the coach. So I mean, how long? Let's say the Rams win the Super Bowl this year. Is that where Matt Stafford is like, all right, I'm off?
Nah, man, he's coming back for another year, dude.
He's got a bad back.
There is plenty of great quarterback play in Matt Stafford still.
Sure,
right?
Sure. Drake May. I mean, you got to throw that dude out.
I think ultimately I'm landing on Drake May. I know originally I gave Matt Stafford yesterday, but after the full 18 weeks, I think I'm settling on Drake May. 4,394 yards through the air, 31 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. I understand Matt Stafford threw for almost 50 touchdowns. I get it. I'm going to have to take in consideration weather, right? I think Matt Stafford plays in a better situation, week in and week out in terms of weather. Then I'm not saying that Matt Stafford can't play in inclement weather. I'd like to think that Matt Stafford has more toys in his chest, in his toy chest to play with.
Yep.
Drake May does more with less. I think the Patriots have a better running game, but ultimately working with like Diggs as your best guy, as your best wide receiver, or as your most prolific wide receiver, and you look at the other side, and he's got Nacua and Devontae Adams, and sure, your numbers should be like that. Stephon Diggs, he's shown flashes in the past where he can be a top 5 wide receiver, but it's a lot of distractions, and his game's kind of fallen off a little bit, in my opinion. But Drake May's been able to create wide receivers, make touchdowns, out of this offense. So to me, I think that is a testament of the most valuable player. If you take Drake May off of the Patriots, seriously, are the Patriots in the playoffs? That's a legitimate question. If you take Drake May off the Patriots, are they even in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I'm asking. I'm serious.
No, absolutely not, because you don't have those pieces that you're talking about. And another one that you can throw in there, I've seen Bo Nix thrown around. You look at the numbers that Bo Nix has put up.
But Denver's there because of that defense.
Yeah.
All right.
We've had the
Denver's number one because of the defense.
Yeah. We've had the discussion about Cortland Sutton. Is that due to number one? That is your number one. And in my opinion, he's not a number one, but he's over 1,000 yards. And that's where, when you get Bo Nix, that toy on the outside, and when you get Drake May, that toy on the outside, these dudes are going to be fucking deadly, man. That's the future of AFC football right there. That's your.
Is that the next move for the Patriots? The next move for the Patriots, finding that number one solidified, bona fide wideout that's going to be the next, Hall of Fame hands that's going to come into that locker room. I don't feel like, besides Randy Moss, well, no, I can't say that. I can't. How am I going to exclude Julian Edelman? Huh? Probably one of the best, postseason wide receivers to ever do it. How am I going to exclude him?
Well, but
it's been a while. It's been a while since they've had a top-notch wide receiver like that, though.
That's where with that dude though, with Edelman, I mean, he's solid, but you can't throw him into a Randy Moss or Jerry Rice, into those discussions to where, yes, they make plays that a lot of times are maybe underappreciated, but that's not your, Lynn Swan. I mean, insert these great quarterbacks that have had all these, Michael Irvin throughout these Super Bowl runs. It was never that's never been there. And that's where I think when these two young dudes get that one piece, because they both need that, I think. And hell, either one of them could win a Super Bowl this year without it, Wags. That tells you how good these guys are.
Yeah, I don't think the Patriots are in the playoffs, or maybe they're a 7 or an 8, looking in instead of, a 2, without Drake May. Okay. You take, but to that point, you take Dak Prescott off of, the Dallas Cowboys. Are the Dallas Cowboys even a 7-win team? Huh?
Well,
seriously, yeah. I'm serious.
If you don't have that,
take Sam Darnold off the Seahawks.
Exactly.
And granted, like, Sam Darnold didn't play in an immaculate season. I think he had like 15 interceptions.
But see, that's the thing where Darnold to where he was able to
14.
go in.
Sam Darnold had 25 touchdowns to 15 interceptions. That is not a good ratio.
Well, and the thing is, when he makes the move and he goes to Seattle, it was like, well, he's not going to have what he had in Minnesota. Well, he didn't need it. Here he is. He's the number one seed in the NFC. But I mean, look, he's got my offensive player of the year there. He's got plenty right there. They run the ball well. They've got a good defense. So there they are sitting. They're Seattle right there.
I am ultimately settling on Drake May. I do agree with some of the chat, some of the comments in the chat channel here. I do think it's going to be a legacy award for Stafford at the end of the season. I mean, 46 touchdowns is eye-popping, right? Like 46-8, like that's a really good ratio, okay? And they're not going to consider, the toys in his toy chest and shit like that, or where he plays, the weather. They won't consider that. They're going to look at stats, and that's all it's going to be. But if it's not the legacy award going to Stafford, it's 100% should be going to Drake May. Patriots might be a 7 or 8 without Drake May. They're a legitimate bona fide Super Bowl contender with Drake May. This dude, and like when people were questioning like if this dude was going to be legit, if this dude's going to be for real, I think those answers have been absolutely those questions have been put to bed. Like, this dude is legit. He hadn't just arrived just for the season. He's here to stay, dude.
Wags, no, but it is. I mean, it will be Stafford. I mean, it will. I mean, I truly believe that it is, in the legacy of award type of thing. Going back, I didn't even mention this yesterday. I kind of thought about it as we were talking with that comeback player of the year thing. Is that something where could you throw Caleb Williams in that conversation?
No, he didn't arrive. Caleb Williams never arrived yet. Like, all these young quarterbacks, I can't give them a comeback grade because what have they done? Yeah. Like, they haven't done shit.
Well, they sucked.
Well, I mean,
but to me, it's always been where the comeback player is, to where it's like you get a guy that is hurt, he's out or whatever, and he comes back and makes an impact. I mean, that the comeback part.
If that's the prerequisite, right? If that's the criteria and or the rubric rather, then sure. But I mean, I just like you have to, like Bryce Young. Bryce Young never arrived. Caleb Young hasn't arrived. I would say Bryce Young let's make a different award. Like, let's make a different superlative. Okay. There's comeback and then there's most improved.
The most improved. Yeah.
Okay. Most improved, I would say I'd say Bryce Young and Caleb Williams are fighting neck and neck for most improved right now.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
no doubt. Yeah, that is a good idea. That's what they need to do,
man. Good conversation. Hey, producer Rob, I agree with you. Chaos Theory should be 2 hours. And hey, you know what? Breaking news: Chaos Theory is going to be 2 hours long all week long. That's right. You get 2 hours, a dose of Chaos Theory, a double dose for 2 hours all week long.
All week long, because we still got to talk about. We got college football.
Night long.
There it is. There it is. We got college football coming up on Thursday and Friday. We got to start breaking that down. The semifinals. The committee got it right. We'll figure that out, I guess, in a couple of days.
They got bailed out. Committee got bailed out. We'll say committee got bailed out. I don't know if I know we were saying committee got it right last week. I'm gonna walk that back and say the committee got bailed out. All right.
Yeah, the committee's
it's never gonna be perfect. It's never gonna be perfect, right? Somebody's always gonna be bitching. So
yeah. So did you see? I saw a lot of discussion over the weekend, and we can go back to the NFL, but I wanted to ask you about this on Monday.
We only got like 10 minutes. Let's
okay. With the Parker Livingston transfer,
get crazy with it.
With the Parker Livingston transfer thing, to where we start getting comments out of Livingston saying, "Well, it wasn't what I wanted to do, but I had to do it." To where it was like it was beyond my control. You buying that?
Well, what was beyond his control?
Having to hit the portal.
Well, I mean, but that's what I don't understand. Like, nothing's out of your control. Like, did somebody force you to leave? Did somebody force you out? Like,
it's like, are you not able? What kind of a binding agreement or whatever with an agent does he have that he can't say? I'm staying here.
Bad choice of words. He probably meant like the writing was on the wall. Like he saw, like I had no choice. Like clearly a reduction in pay. You know what I mean? Like he's not getting the money that he was getting when he was first arrived there. That's the I had no choice. But ultimately, dude, you have a choice. It's just not the choice that you wanted. It's a bad situation.
It's all structured to where it's like it was beyond my control and so forth and so on. No, I don't. And look, I get it. I get it.
If you grew up donning burnt orange your entire life and having, you know, pictures of you with Longhorn logos on all your life, right? Are you gonna want to sit there and talk to the fan base and say that, you know, I'm not going to go as far as calling you a turncoat, you know what I mean? But are you going to go as far as saying like, hey, you know, I'm leaving. I'm done with you guys. No, you're not going to say that. You're going to try and use a narrative to where you're kind of, you had the only hand to play was to kind of leave and you know, make success of where you're going to go. I don't fault him at all, man. Like you're not going to be able to contend with some of the guys. If we're deducing what's going down, you're not going to be able to contend with some of the stalwarts that are coming in here, you know, in the portal. So for all that's worth, man, Parker Livingston, go get your bag, bro. Go get your bag, and hopefully you get into the league, man.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You know, we first saw maybe Indiana, OU now becoming an option. I mean, it's like, you know, just do what you have to do. And the writing was on the wall when we talked about that wide receiver room, what's there, and Texas apparently trying out to go and get the big fish. And it really is. You have to do what's best for you. And that's the thing about it now with this system, is it affords you the opportunity to do that. You can go take care of yourself.
That's shocking, because everybody that I've heard from always said that he wanted to be a Longhorn, and maybe that's just a narrative that was created because he was Arch's roommate, but and they said he was a North Texas kid, so that also kind of, you know, computes too, if he's got the Sooners on a brain up there in North Texas.
Yeah, and that's where it gets really interesting in this whole scenario. Let's say he does go to OU. And, you know, a lot of that would be for me, Wags, to where it's like, okay, OU didn't want me before, but now we go out and we torch them, and now they do. But again, that doesn't matter. This is all about money. This is all about business right now. If they want to give you a pot of gold,
some people use that. Some people use the afterthought motto as a way of motivation, right? So, I don't know how you can kind of use that parallel going into a school that you just whooped their ass on, but, you know, to each their own.
Yeah, whatever. Good luck to him.
Yeah, good luck. Best of luck. Fair winds and following seas, as we say in the Marines. So
yeah. Also visiting Indiana, So yeah, but yeah, he ain't gonna have Mendoza. Well, the other Mendoza will still be there.
You know what? I can't fault him for wanting to go play with Signetti.
Absolutely.
Like that. There's a revolution going on right now in college football, and Signetti's at the helm of it. Okay.
And that's the thing that I do take out of this college football season is that the fact that because I get the whole, well, Indiana, what's Indiana doing in there? Well, they've gone in there and they built a really good program led by a great coach. And we talked about one of the most important things, all this NFL conversation we're having about all these rookies and all this different shit. What it have in common? Good hires and good coaches.
Yeah.
And Indiana has a really good coach.
And a lot of people and Indiana came out of nowhere. And yeah, they kind of did, but Signetti didn't come out of nowhere, right? Like they came out of nowhere because of Signetti.
Right. Well, and that's the other thing going into the season. I keep saying that because now we're done and we're in 2026. Going in, it's like, who's going to be the new Indiana this year? Because remember, they were good last year. Who's going to be the new Indiana? Well, it was Indiana times 2 because they took what they had built and boom, here they are again and still going and possibly about to win a national championship. Pretty damn impressive to me. I'd say they're a football school now, Wags.
Yeah, they're pretty relevant. They're pretty relevant. Anything else left on the slate before we get out of here? We got about 5 more minutes, and we're not going to be pulling the Jordan Scruggs routine either, to where we just start getting to the questions at 11 o'clock. We're getting out of here at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, if you got something you want to throw up there,
we got some stuff to do. We got some stuff to do.
Yeah. I got to go to HEB, and then I got to go eyeglass appointment. So I got a full day for an old man.
Did you hear the news about LSU or Lane Kiffin and the staff with LSU now?
I mean, who gets to coach? I mean,
Charlie Weiss Jr. is the only one that will be allowed to be coaching on Ole Miss's staff from here on out, from what I've read.
That's a pretty imperative piece. I am curious to see if at some point Lane Kiffin doesn't try to pull him back anyway, which I understand. I know a lot of people are saying that Lane is classless or whatever, and I get all that. But
I don't think Lane is classless. I think Lane's handled this pretty damn well. Now, of course, the clauses and stipulations have helped him be classy with this, right? Like LSU's paying this dude to be there. Like LSU's just paying this dude for Ole Miss winning. So
yeah, and portal's open. I mean, so now I totally got it before January 2nd to where it's like, okay, he's going to let them do whatever. And maybe they were actively recruiting for LSU, under the blanket or whatever. But now you are on LSU time right now.
Sure.
You are working for LSU. I mean, I would totally, I don't see it classless at all. That's a business move. I'm like,
I think it's even, Charlie Weiss Jr. over there coaching for Ole Miss too. I think one, and I could be absolutely wrong with this. I know the mantra, or I know the reputation that Lane has. We all do, right? Like Lane's going to leave you the first sign of something better on the other side of the wall, right? Lane, that's always been the kind of motto of Lane, or I guess the aura of Lane. I don't think that allowing Charlie Weiss Jr. to still remain at Ole Miss and coach throughout the playoff is going to solve any of that or put any of that at ease. But I do think it is a breath of fresh air to sit there and say, Lane's shown loyalty to the Ole Miss players that were there by allowing Charlie Weiss Jr. to at least call the plays and give them an inkling of a chance on offense. Their defense looks like it's still intact and still sound. So
yeah,
shout out to Ole Miss there.
I said the other day on Friday that, if I was Lane Kiffin and I was going to get paid $250K per game, that I'd be cheering for Ole Miss too. But I mean, I'd
be making it happen for Ole Miss. I'd be doing whatever I need to get everything out there for Ole Miss.
Look, man, you can call him whatever kind of demon you want to call him. Or do you see where he went to the grocery store and he came home with the shopping basket?
No, but you know what I did see? I saw my girl rolling him out there. I saw my girl escorting him out there on the court.
There you go. That's right.
Went to a basketball game and our girl Kim Mulkey.
Now that's a pair.
Escorting him.
Wags, that's a pair. It's one thing. Edo and her.
No, Edo and Mulkey were the pair. That was the tandem. That was the pair right there.
Look at that.
Here it comes.
Holding hands.
Lane. He's not. She's clasped. That is a death clamp right there. That is the Mulkey death clamp right there.
Man,
he don't know what he is in store for. That is one. And where did that night lead to?
Oh, the night's in.
The night's in. The night's in.
Of Louisiana. Yeah, that's a hell of a pair right there. You've got those guys. She never did that with Brian Kelly. She's like, I don't want that faker around me.
No, she did that with Ed and she did that with Lane. She knew Brian Kelly was a fake.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Or if she did, I didn't see that with BK. So.
But I mean, seriously, I mean, you can say what you want to say about Lane Kiffin, but I truly believe he genuinely wants Ole Miss. He wants his guys to win the fucking national championship.
100%.
I mean, who wouldn't?
Like,
yeah,
I know the trends and I know the reputation sucks for Lane right now, but ultimately, like, what guy doesn't want his guys to do great? Like, that's what leadership is, man. It's seeing your guys do better than you. That's what leadership is.
Right. And I mean, but I truly believe that, once that is all done, once that run is done, and look, for Ole Miss at this point, I think that they're on a path right now to where they're able to charter. You've got your new head coach. It's a dude that's been in your system. You're going to be just fine. Are you going to be able to hold on to your players? I mean, that's what I'm thinking about moving forward. How many people leave Ole Miss?
Ole Miss. Well, I thought Chambliss is staying there too, or Chambliss is staying there. So I'm pretty sure once the quarterback stays, the dominoes will fall, and people will kind of stay in place. Like I don't think that offense is going to get dismantled. Once I saw that stay intact, then I felt good for Ole Miss's offense there.
I think there's going to be enough, for both to be. And look, they play like early next season in like the third or fourth game.
Week 3, I think.
Oh boy, that's going to be pretty good. Yeah, Jordan, we're not avoiding the question. We're like all into what we're talking about here. Jordan out all week. He's got stuff he's working on. So yeah, Wags and I for 2 hours from what, 9 to 11.
9 to 11, Monday through Friday.
All week. Nice start to 2026.
All week long.
There it is. Good stuff.
All right, you got the up next thing? I'm going to hit the buttons. You got the up next?
You know what? I did not see the up next.
All right, I'll get it. I got you.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Up next on Texas Sports Unfiltered app, SEC Unfiltered previews the college football playoff semifinals and talks about the latest rumors from the transfer portal. All that and more on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Of course, make sure you guys stay tuned. Chip and Zay will be back at it at 2 p.m. Make sure you like the video when we get out of here. Again, very thankful to BK for allowing us to be on for 2 hours. We appreciate all the good feedback too. Thank you guys so much, and you guys have a great day. We'll see you all tomorrow, man. Hook 'em.